formed against me shall prosper. Oh, it won't work.
No weapon
formed against me. Give me that ad-lib again.
No weapon.
One more time.
No weapon.
One more time.
No weapon.
Who the fuck y'all hoes?
Okay, the facts are back.
So who the fuck y'all hoes think it was, bitch, or what time of day it was? Okay.
You gotta understand that this is a community-based project. We're not getting any funding from the government. I seen bitches out there talking about, wait till Trump hears about this. Trump can suck my dick.
I gotta wait till Tuesday, okay? Oh my God, I just need to keep hearing that right there. Hey, you are awesomely awesome. And you're the best. You're the best blessed. Just hell. I can't even sound, you know what to say.
Had a vision for 20 in the morning, thinking of my little sister said morning. Struggling with realities, no maladies. Nowadays ain't the same, everything's changed. No Maury, no Prince, and no Michael, no Andre Crouch and the Disciples, no Walter, Edwin, or Deborah Coley, no Whitney, no George Michael. Toys R Us gone bankrupt. Damn, they Guitar City went bankrupt. And everything from my childhood's missing, man. Man, I swear it's such a fucked up feeling, man. I'm not mad, it's a simple observation. And I'm not sad, but it's not a celebration. I'm just trying to put the pieces back together, man. Everything's falling through my fingers like sand. It seems a tighter that I'm gripping. It seems more that I am slipping. I feel like I lost everything I love. And where's this alleged agape love? In churches ain't the same. Gospel music just ain't the same. R&B it just ain't the same. But y'all keep telling me it's the same. But I ain't feeling nothing, damn it. And I don't wanna reach up and grab it. Shots fired, get to ducking. Always knew they were up to something. This ain't no future when you're frontin'. And y'all know you still have it, fool. I'm not a baby, bro, I'm grown. Don't leave me standing out here alone. That's why I wrote this song, because I know I'm not alone. What are we out here doing? What are we out here saying? People don't care no more, so fuck it, I don't care no more. If this is too much for you to handle,
did for the team. Took a bullet for the dream that we would one day all be free, free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity, I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I still live through technology. After the sun, then comes the rain. And after the sun will start shining. What is a pain? And tears of pain. And tears of pain. And a dash of struggle, just be patient. Your destiny will manifest. Yes, Bubz in the
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? It's your dude BubzDaGawd here with yet another live on this here Wednesday afternoon. Baby, I am glad to give y'all an early live. Even though I know I will have my due share of late night lives, no shade. If they're called for it, I don't mind putting in that work. Y'all already know how, but if you follow me, if you know how I get down, if you know how I work, y'all know how BubzDaGawd gives it all the way up. But I do love me a afternoon stream, no shade, early evening stream, so that I can have some time for myself later on tonight, hopefully, okay? In the words of CTV, we gonna be here, hopefully not for a long time, but for a good time, which y'all know a good time sometimes is long, no shade. There's context and nuance. But anyway, what's going on, y'all? We here. Now, before I get into the video, shout out to those of you who have been sharing my content. The last live that I did in reference to Amir Odom is like over 200 views. And for me, that is a good thing. That means that people are watching, people are sharing. There are some changes happening with YouTube to where, baby, the views are just going to be viewing a lot more for everybody. So shout out to them for that. But one reason why I want y'all to share my content is because I don't want to be an echo chamber. I don't know everything. I don't claim to know everything. There are some things that I am, in fact, and indeed ignorant in. Just because I advocate for the queer community, I'm still educating myself about said queer community. And again, when I use the word queer, that is a blanketed term. I don't mind respecting people personally on what they want to be called, but for the sake of the conversation of the greater, of the whole bitch, of the whole LGBTQ plus and whatever other acronyms after that, for me, because I stutter, because my mind works faster than my mouth to where I will put words together. Queen Stevie love that shit. Baby, for me, it's just easier as far as the queer community is concerned. I'm still educating myself again about said community. So I'm open, shall I say, and offer myself up for critiques, especially critiques that come with resolutions or a solution. If you want to leave a critique, cool. But I prefer critiques that give me an insight or a different perspective of where I'm coming from that helps me out, and then they're willing to offer up some sort of service. I ain't talking about resources per se, but hey, watch this YouTuber or watch this video. It breaks it down for, like, leave me with something that allows me to do my homework. But you got to present it. So again, in my last live that I did, there were a few people who commented, and I'm not going to read them verbatim. You can check out the responses, the comments and my responses in your own time, baby. They're there for you to see, baby. But here's a common theme that I keep running into, and I understand that it's more so universal, but I want to try my best to deal with it in the universal and then in this particular situation. I had somebody mention that Amir Odom is not Republican. He is considered, I guess, politically homeless. Okay, as far as the title is concerned, okay, I guess the guy she was there. But Amir Odom also stated multiple times that he is middle right. leaning. He admitted in his Pick Me video that he understands that a lot of his talking points and perspectives are also the shared talking points and perspectives of white Christian nationalists who use racism and queerphobia as tools to destroy other people's lives. He admitted that. And again, when we look at the people that he's been interviewed by, for the most part, or those who welcomed him in for a conversation, for the most part, 9 times out of 10 have been people who are Republican or conservative. So I gave my response. This person also said that, well, I'm not going to sit here and listen to a whole 3-hour plus response because the way you responded was stupid and dumb and ignorant, and I was using words that were not supposed to be there, and then told me that I'm basically being used as a pawn, and that no shade, that the Democratic and the Republican Party don't care about all of us. In which I responded, and I was still waiting for a response. I don't think I got a response back. I said, very interesting. You didn't watch my 3-hour plus live, and that's on you. I understand everybody can't digest long form content, but shout out to those of you who are part of the replay gang. Shout out to those of you that realize that, hey, Bubs is going to give us a whole bunch of information. So why don't I put him on in the background while, I don't know, I'm doing something. I'm doing lawn work. I'm cooking. I'm cleaning and washing everything. I am doing errands. I am commuting from one place to another. Baby, I will watch this amount on this day. Then tomorrow I'll watch this amount. And the next day I'll watch this amount. I don't care how you consume my content. Find a way that works for you. But if that individual would have watched my content, or hell, even was trying to work smarter, girl, not harder, by putting my shit in a summary for ChatGPT or Claude to be able to give a response, at least that would have been something that would have been great. That would have been educational or informative. Because at least Claude gonna help your ass out in the many blind areas that not only you, but Amir Odom shares. The fuck? I said if you would have watched my 3-hour plus live, you would understand that the things you're mentioning, I touched on. Another person sat up there and felt some type of way and was stating that I was doing the same thing as the other person as far as being used politically as a pawn and stuff, and that, you're sitting here getting mad at him talking about white people, and y'all always bring up white people, but yet y'all got white people over there representing y'all that are not black, and they parade you around as trophies. And I'm kind of like, girl. And then on top of that, they state that they didn't watch the entire thing. I'm sorry. If you can't watch the entire live, but I sit up here and subject myself to the entire commentary that a lot of these hoe ass niggas put out, bitch, you can't sit with me. You can't read with me. You can't out debate me. And you obviously can't out critically think me, bitch. Because in order to be critical in your thinking, you're going to have to sit down and listen to other people that you necessarily don't agree with. Those of you who know BubzDaGawd and how the fuck I get down, y'all can speak and be testament to that. How many of y'all have reached out to me in my DMs and said, Bubs, I don't know how you do it. Bubs, I don't know how you sit here and listen to this. Bubs, I would have been left. Bubs, I would have been crashed out. Bubs, I would have been rage quit. Bubs, I would have done all this stuff. So again, I'm doing the work that a lot of people are not able to do. I'm not saying they can't, but they're not able to do it because of whatever's going on in their own personal anecdotal experience. But for BubzDaGawd, I subject myself to the commentary. I'm the one that sit up here and make sure that I double and triple check my shit. I am the one that sit up here and try to find ways to make it more digestible for y'all, as far as giving y'all PowerPoints, giving y'all pictures and words. I even try to hook on phonics the goddamn shit. And no shade, I don't mind meeting people where they are, but I'm in need for y'all, I'm talking to the ones that it applies to. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it, Cinderella. But damn it, I don't mind coming down to y'all level, but can y'all at least stand on y'all tippy toes in this bitch? I'm 5'2", and I'm letting you know, as a leprechaun, sometimes standing on your tippy toes can be a change in shit. Sometimes you might have to get a running jump in this bitch. I don't know. But sometimes you're just gonna have to do something. So I'm gonna need for some of those people to actually do the work. Because what the fuck you don't get to do is to sit up here and comment about a few fucking minutes about commentary, bitch, when I sat there and watched the entire commentary, were able to do something that some of these individuals that were commenting cannot fucking do, and then want to end it with an opinion. Well, guess what? This is America. You have the freedom of speech. You can believe and say what you want to say, but once you open your motherfucking mouth, nigga, and you try to speak that objectively, other people also have the God-given right to be able to call your shit dumb as fuck, stupid, dense, and no shade, racist and queerphobic. So you can have your opinion and still be racist and queerphobic, because at the end of the day, we are all human beings, bitch. Fuck a title hoe. And I know that Amir wants to play this whole human thing, but in all of his applications, he has failed in that, which is why I'm giving commentary to help him in his blind spots. And again, Amir, the offer is still open for you to have a conversation. You know what? Not a debate, because in order to have a conversation, both parties got to be willing to be open and be honest, baby. And I don't think Amir's at that point yet to where he could be open and honest. Not to an extent that actually is beneficial. So again, if you agree or disagree with my commentary, by all means, let me know in the comment section. I'm not a fucking echo chamber. If you have information that would change my trajectory of shit, send it, is what I'm asking. But nobody that commented underneath that live was able to educate me on where I was wrong at. This is not no hooked on phonics, ABC 1, 2, 3 shit over here. We does our work, no shade. I was trained by one of the best, girl. So I'm gonna do my due deals. And no shade, that's just reminding me that I have certain books that I need to read. I have a book called Power versus Force. I need to read that. I also have a argumentation and debate book from when I took an argumentation class in college, which I got an A+ in, bitch. I know how to argue down, girl. And now I'm about to refine my shit, because when it comes down to this shit, and I can agree with CTV in his commentary in reference to Jasmine's Garden versus the 20 Christians, when motherfuckers got their mind made up and they so dense in they shit, sometimes you gotta motherfucker bring the fire on these hoes to be able to help these hoes understand. So for you ignorant motherfuckers who don't watch shit, don't even have the smart, the intellect, girl, again, working smarter to put my shit through ChatGPT or Claude, bitch, to give you a basic summary, to give you information or the cliff notes. If you're not doing that, shut what is known as the fuck up, because I'm gonna educate your ass every time, and I'm still waiting for hoes to respond, bitch. But anyway, what's going on, y'all? Hey, what's going on? Let's see who's in the comment section. Baby, I just wanted to get that out real quick. We got Queen Stevie in the building. Yes, the lummy leprechaun. Not yummy, but lummy. I'm a lummy leprechaun. Make sure y'all subscribe to Queen Stevie. Baby, I've been watching your early morning walk, so I'm glad. And this one previous one, I got a little nervous because I heard motherfuckers revving shit up, and I'm like, bitch, if these hoes try you on this live, you better motherfucking Lucy Lou now. Now kick him in the nuts, girl. Kick him in the face and punch. You better do all type of shit. And yes, I said kick him in the face, girl. You got to throw a bitch off. See, I kick, but I punch. See how I fucked you up, bitch? See how it works? Do something. But make sure you subscribe to her. We got DD, okay, in the building. What's going on? Glad to have you in the building. Let's see. You don't need critique. You're doing the work. You're doing an outstanding job. Ooh, Lord, make sure y'all check out those early morning walks. And again, if I don't know everything. I don't know everything. So when people come through and educate me, that's cool. That's why I always give honor and respect to the Objectivist podcast. A heterosexual man that was able to educate me about some LGBT shit that I didn't know in a way that was transformative. The fuck? So there are people out there that, you know, don't mind critiquing me and helping me to better what I'm doing, and I open myself up to that. The rest of these fear-based hoes, girl, y'all gotta figure out your own shit. Okay? Conservative equals Republican equals KKK Heritage Foundation. PragerU. We got IG in the building. What's going on, pimp? And I attended the last live show at the Beautiful Vibe. And shout out to Dear Gay Black Man Podcast, because I didn't even know that they did a live with Amir. I was shocked because I'm subscribed too. Now, I don't watch everything that they put out sometimes because, baby, there's my own personal life be so crazy, baby. I have to make time and space and plan sometimes. And I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck that looks like. But I was gagged. And I found that out through Amir's video about the whole defending the pick-me's and the conservative gays I was like, what, nigga? You did a podcast with Dear Black Gay Man podcast? And he was talking as if, though, bitch, Jamal, Jamal to pull up. Jamal to pull up. Okay, we're going to see if Jamal pulled up because I listened to the entire thing. I'm going to let y'all be the judge of it. But IG, I know you smoking on something. Because Jamal is sitting with the niggas. Bitch, we with the niggas tonight. Since we with the niggas tonight, I decided to roll a blunt. Now, it's not perfect, but I decided to roll a blunt. This is a, Swisher Sweet Rap, bitch. I forgot the name of it. I think it's called Heads Up or Tails Up or What's Up. It's something type of flavor, girl, but I got this shit. It's still kind of soft. And baby, I probably spilled some of this shit, so I'm going to probably cut this shit here, girl. Like, again, I'm good at rolling papers. I'm usually papers and a raw cone type of individual, not really a blunts type of individual. But since we with the nigga tonight, baby, that was a horrible run, by the way. We're here. Hey, we got Deshaun in the building. Make sure y'all wish Deshaun a happy belated birthday. Okay, make sure y'all do that for him. Check out his content, girl. If you like being able to sing songs backwards, bitch, go watch his shit. He'll be able to help you. Okay? The nerve of those not doing any work critiquing. No shade, no shade, no shade. Not lemon sauce. Oh, Lord. You at the plantation, got off at 5. Oh. Well, hopefully I can be able to give you some good commentary or something while you getting off the plantation, heading to the plantation, whatever. I'm going to puff it up for you. In the meantime, we got T for T in the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to T for T and to check out the panel on Sunday. I think I'm going to be able to make the panel. No shade, because there's some things happening this weekend. So I might be able to. If not, I could be in the comments. But as far as on the panel, I don't know. So I'm still trying to figure that out. So I will keep y'all posted. But anyway, let me shut the hell up. Well, before I do, I'm sorry, y'all. Let's do the smart thing real damn quick, okay? Boom, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use, okay? For purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All the videos, songs, images, and graphics used in this live belong to their respective owners, and BubzDaGawd does not claim any right over them. So with that being said, let me go ahead, minimize my damn self, and let's get into the commentary. Again, this commentary is given, okay, on the Dear Gay Black Men podcast, or Dear Black Gay Men on the podcast. It's already tagged, okay? The podcast for the black men that are gay and that are dear, okay? With Amir Odom. He brings Jamal up, baby, pulled up to the studio and was able to quote unquote have a conversation with him. So again, shout out to the Dear Gay Black Men podcast for facilitating this commentary. And let's see what the niggas are talking about tonight. Hallelujah. Let's get it.
This might be my biggest conversation on this show, and it starts right now.
Okay, we're gonna
reminder of how dope it is to be black gay men, and this post called debunking the biggest lies told about Charlie Kirk has almost 2 million views. So, hey Amir.
Hi.
How are you?
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to DBGM. Yay, you're here. Okay, why did you feel the need to defend Charlie Kirk at all?
I felt the need because I've personally met Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And he's one of the main reasons that really inspired me to start speaking out online.
Okay.
This was back in 2018. He was putting on a summit called the Young Black Leadership Summit, which is a horrible thing to do if he's so-called racist. And
I will be pausing again to give my commentary. No shade, so it is what it is, and we're doing part 1, so there's gonna be another part, because baby, this whole video live that Dear Black Gay Men, or Dear Gay Black, the podcast, the nigga podcast, girl, that's what I'm gonna call it tonight, because we distincted on niggas tonight. The nigga podcast, girl, shout out to them, appreciate them. Girl, shout out to them for facilitating this. No shade. I forgot my thought. Hold on one second. What you saying?
It was a summit with 4.
Yes, we already did commentary and got a greater understanding of what that Youth Black Leadership Summit looked like. Again, we watched the interviews of Amir, or the conversations of Amir sharing his perspective of that. He met with these niggas, he shook these niggas' hand and did photo ops. Was this nigga hanging with Mr. Kirk afterwards? No. Did this nigga have Kirk's number? No. Was this nigga going out and having lunch with Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum and all of them, girl? No, to our knowledge. Now, if it's behind a paywall, that's different. But as far as the free public knowledge, no. So again, because he participated in this Youth Black Leadership Summit given by the Republican Party, he allegedly has information that we're not privy of. And the nigga has not shown us tangibly what the fuck that proof looks like.
400 young black people that got invited out to the White House.
What's going on, Queen Spice?
To hear from Trump and be invited to the White House. You know, it's such a special place to be, regardless of who's the president. That's like an iconic building to be in, let alone be invited to. And it was a three-day conference. Black entrepreneurs, black actors, black authors, black doctors, black music. Like, it was a black event.
So all the black people, lawyers, doctors, authors, it was a black event. But these are these the black people who earned their spot to be there? Because again, in your other commentary, you stated that you wanted black people to break out of either these one or two streams, which was being a athlete or being an entertainer as far as the rapper is concerned. And you said there was a point in time before DEI that when you saw a black lawyer or a black doctor or hell, even a black pilot, again, breaking outside of those two main streams that we as black people seem to be funneled into and can only do, you stated and said, well, now when I look at them, I'd be kind of like, oh, did you guys earn it? So I wonder, was all the black people there low-key questioning all the other black people? Why are you here? What did you do to get here? Are you a DEI hire? That's so funny. You're saying, you said all that shit, and then you're sitting here being proud of being a literal DEI hire. A literal DEI hire. What do you think your invitation? Have you been invited since? Has there been a check-in? Has there been a 2.0? And on top of that, from what somebody said in the comment, you're not even quote unquote Republican anymore. So you're bringing up this whole thing as far as, oh, well, who's ever in the House, it's iconic. Yeah, but you were invited by the Trump presidency that also was involved with Charlie Kirk. Do you see how I'm making all this make sense by, again, reviewing his commentary, whether it's on his platform or somebody else's platform, and intentionally listening and remembering things? See, hoes would know that if they were able to get through a 3+ hour live. And again, in the words of Oleta Adams, I don't care how you get here. And she gives you the plenty of ways you can, bitch. Just get here when you can. But you can't talk shit about a nigga that's already here. The fuck?
And it was so awesome. And
But I mean, but you know, it's a black event put on by a white guy.
Thank you.
There was other black people too. Like there was Candace Owens, she was there, and also Brandon Tatum.
Yes. Okay, what the fuck that mean, girl? That's white adjacent, bitch. It ain't black, that's white adjacent. The fuck we talking about? And girl, we talking about Charlie Kirk. We ain't talking about Candace Owens or Brandon Tatum. Those are Mr. Kirk's little dogs. Okay, one bald-headed like a goddamn stroked out motherfucking Pomeranian. And the other one is an old retired motherfucking bloodhound there. Dog.
Okay.
But we're talking about black. It was maybe put together by a white guy, but it was still led, and like all the lectures and breakout rooms were by black adults.
Okay.
And it was so insightful to be in a room with that, and then to go back to our hotel and everybody got on the do-rags, the bonnets, we playing spades, we playing 2K. I was like, damn, this is a black ass event. But
girl, it's a black ass event. Maybe black for y'all. Because again, you're dealing with the culture. You're like culturally appropriating black culture. You can't even get in with the actual niggas of the culture. You're demonizing those people, but yet behind closed doors, you want to be like them. You're no different than the Republicans who bash queer people, but are doing the most lewd and lascivious shit behind closed doors. Shit that would make me motherfucking gasp. And I'm the nigga that be throwing the dick. And again, for anybody that's listening and you feel like I'm saying something stupid or dumb, don't leave. Check me in real time. Fuck a comment hole, because I know a lot of y'all ain't gonna watch the entire thing. So if you come into this bitch and you feel something that I say that hit your spirit, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because if you comment some bullshit about not listening and you weren't there, I'm gonna rip those piece to pieces.
But I think the reason why I'm so curious about why you felt the need to defend it, you know, he stepped his ass into a whole bunch of very, very controversial positions on controversial topics.
Yes and no. I think there are a lot of clips that are controversial, and I think there are a lot of things taken out of context. So much like a comedian. A comedian, when they're on stage, they are doing a bit. So if you're going to connect, you're doing a bit, it's about 10, 15 minutes long. You're starting out, and then the punchline's at the end.
Yes.
Punchline's typically 10 to 15 minutes in. If you take 30 seconds out the middle of what that comedian's talking about, it sounds batshit crazy.
Yes.
But if you apply the full context and the whole thing of what he's saying, it then makes sense.
But,
so
but Charlie Kirk never did anything under the auspices of...
And before that, fuck all that what Charlie Kirk did. Fuck that. No. Amir, it was your job to then show us with the full context and the receipts what the fuck that shit looked like. Because even when there were people, I didn't watch the full video, bitch, you watched the full video, girl, and it was still the same shit, it was just longer. Because again, I'm a person that watches things in its entirety because I want the full context. Because one thing that I don't like doing is getting up here and talking about shit that I don't fucking know. And if I don't know, at least I'm aware enough to admit that, hey, I'm speaking ignorantly here, which then opens the door up for other people to come in and to educate me about what I am therefore ignorant in. And Amir has not done that, girl. Let's continue with the conversation.
Satire. He was not. He is not
a fucking
prove
comedian.
Me wrong and all of that was never under the auspices of these are jokes. He said some very damning things, and he was serious. And he stood 10 toes down on that shit.
What? So give me some things that you've heard that he said that lacks the context that maybe I can elaborate on, because that's why I made the video. Okay, girl. Well, we can use one about the pilot thing because we already talked about that, and you reinforced his fucking point in your other videos. See, I watch everything, girl. I'm a faggot, girl. I call it that, if you want to call it that. I'm a unit, girl. I pay attention to shit, girl. Again, I'm always listening. That's information, bitch. That's why my brain works so fast, because I'm always listening. Again, you stated in your previous video, when you were talking about trying to get the blacks together, and I'm black, so I'm qualified to have this conversation. Not from a cultural motherfucking standpoint, bitch. Maybe from a systemic standpoint, but not from a cultural one. The fuck? Because you're obviously missing one element. But you stated again, when a black person breaks out those two streams, again, athlete or entertainer, shookin' and jiving, and actually does shit that contributes, like you said, being a lawyer, being a doctor, being a scientist, being a fucking pilot, which helps other motherfuckers get from point A to point fucking B. And you stated that if you now, in today's time, when you were a child, it was different because, again, you had hope and innocence. But since you thrown little Amir inside of Miss Trunchbill's chokey, bitch, okay, and you shunned his damn light, you have literally swallowed the Kool-Aid to where you said that if you see a black person who is a doctor, who is a lawyer, who is a author, or hell, even a pilot, now you're questioning their credentials and whether they got there, as if though Southwest, Delta, and the rest of the airlines is willing to pull motherfucking Jamal, Mook, Aquanisha, Sri Lanka, or any other sort of what you consider a ghetto ratchet bitch and put a pilot hat on their head and said, bitch, fly this shit like it's a soul plane. Fly this shit like it's a Cadillac, bitch. Fly this shit like it's a stolen whip. And cost the company millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. Meanwhile, the same people who claimed that they are the ones
who can do the job right because y'all got Boquisha, Aquafanisha, Chulaka Faleshindi. You got all these other bitches. You got all these other ignorant ass, ghetto ass people in the space now that's fucking it up for everybody else. They would lose millions of dollars trying to do that. So yes, and I'm pretty sure those black people who are in those positions of power, like people like Charlie Kirk, also question, and he was speaking for the white mindset when you look at the full context, bitch. Yeah, those black pilots, black authors, when they're especially in spaces that are seen to be dominated by white society, yes, they're going to have to work twice as hard because those people are going to make it twice as hard for them. Just because they're a pilot does not mean that they're not free or not dealing with being racially discriminated against. What are you talking about, Amir? So you got to make a choice. Is it going to be the fact that if you are a black person who has achieved a level of excellence that you have to question it, or are we going to honor that black excellence and be glad that we have? I'm dropping the blunt. And then you say dropping a blunt means somebody cheating on you. Bitch, I'm single. But oh, I'm screaming. But that's what it is. No shade. No shade. Like, which one is it, pimpin'? Is it you got to question their blackness, or we're glad that you're outside the realm of rapping? We're glad you're outside the realm of being an entertainer or athlete. But let's continue with Amir's perspective, because again, Jamal pulled up. Jamal is here. Jamal wants to smoke. So let's see if Jamal gives that smoke.
We will be responding to that from your video, because I want to hear your context expanded.
Yeah, but ultimately why I made that video is because I was tired of everybody lying on this man's name. Because really, we know what racism looks like, and we are our ancestors' dream. They went through, I don't know your ancestry, like far as deep back in America. I know for me, I have a lot of slave roots, and I'm not living in the America that my grandpa is, or that my great-grandpa is, and so on and so forth.
So because it's not overt racism, because they're not saying, hey, ER, hard ERs, they're not saying, hey, what are you doing, boy? Because they're not overt with it. And if you pay attention, them niggas won't, yes, I'm calling them niggas. Them niggas want to revert back to that. Because again, the slogan is to make America great again. And Queen Stevie and other black people have been asking the question, when was America great? Tell us, show us, prove to us it was great. But no shade, they ain't got to explain, because what they're doing right now in this current regime, baby, in front of our faces, to where even white people up here upset and mad talking about the shit, girl. Hello? We about to live this shit. Fuck a history book. Because obviously y'all don't read them. Obviously you don't care about history. Because the only motherfuckers that's evolving in their torturous ways are the ones who are the torture and the remedy. Meanwhile, we're still arguing about the same fucking shit every damn day. All this information available in holes is still confused, but then want to get underneath my comment section and tell me, well, I can't watch it because it sounds like you're dumb or you're stupid. No, is it because I'm dumb and I'm stupid, or is it because you're dumb and you're stupid? Because you got to test that, gangster. You got to test that, gangster. And bitch, I've been doing this, and I'm about to evolve in this. Because Amir was talking all his shit on his own fucking platform where nobody was challenging him, where he was getting his money and his coin and all the people agreeing with him. Because if you go to Amir Odom's platform right now and you go to his videos, his LGBT playlist section, every time he's talking about trans people, those are the videos that get the most views for the most part. Especially recently. Trans. 200-something views, 200-something thousand views, 300-something thousand views. So you've been speaking on this shit a lot, which is what we're going to get into later on. But you've been speaking about that shit a lot. And now you're sitting on a platform with somebody else who is able to challenge you. And I want y'all to tell me what y'all or how y'all think Jamal did. Please let me know.
The best time. It's not the best. There's things to work on, but this is the best time to be a black person in America. You and I both get paid to talk to a camera.
Yes.
When 150 years ago they couldn't even use their voice. So,
but I think, and this is one of the things that came up in the video that you did, because I will say that it felt hard to listen to, because even the clips that you pulled to debunk these myths about Charlie Kirk were very, very racially charged, very transphobic, very. It felt as if he wanted to create a narrative that says he or people like him get to dictate how everybody else lives their life. And if you don't align with that, then you are the enemy.
See, I disagree with that. Just because we know, I'm not gonna say we, but I know the context. The black people that supported Charlie Kirk, that were employed under him, well over 100 black employees for his nonprofit called BubzZzReactz that's in over 60, I believe 60 U.S. cities, focused on the inner city black communities, where they are doing food drives, they're doing school supplies, how to write a resume, here's how to different connects for jobs. Like, that's all Charlie Kirk.
So why didn't you make a compilation video showing us all of his hard work? And on top of that, no shade, there is something called Black Twitter, and Black Twitter would have been lit the fuck up. The niggas would have known. Trust me, if Charlie Kirk was helping black people in the way that Amir Odom and others are claiming that he was doing, we would have seen that. I would have seen that. That would have came up. And again, you're the one saying, well, I can offer the context and the nuance. Okay, we need to see the context and the nuance, because if we can see and prove that Charlie Kirk's works has done more help than it has done harm, then again, I'm an objective person. I will get on this motherfucker and state that, because at the end of the day, I don't own blind allegiance to no fucking group. Just like CTV, the only thing that I am learning to be allegiant to is the truth, because that's the only thing that will set your ass free. Again, the question is, can you handle it? So where is that video at, Amir? Where is that evidence at, Amir? In reference to that, this would have been the time to say, you know what, Dear Gay Black Man Podcast, okay, pull my video up right now. You say you got my video queued? Okay, pull it up. Okay, let's keep going. No, keep going. Keep going. Keep going a little bit. No, good. Right. Okay, cool. Right there. Click that. Okay, press play. You see on the screen? You see Charlie Kirk doing this? You see him hugging black mothers? You see him walking up to gang members and shit, what's going on, pimping? You see him saving lives? He over here like these goddamn white teachers that be moving into inner city areas to help the inner city youth, bitch. Girl, fuck that movie, girl, with the motherfucking nigga singing in the bathroom and shit with that one big nigga, girl. Fuck him, Mr. Clark. Bitch, we got Mr. So-and-so here. We got the nigga from the movie. What's the movie that Keanu Reeves did where he played the damn baseball coach for that black team where the little boy got shot and unalived? What's the name of that damn shit called? I forgot what it's called. But again, ain't none of that would have been the perfect time to shut people up. Amir. That would have been the perfect time to shut people up, Amir. That would have been the perfect time to be able to show us the proof in real time. In real time. Let's continue.
And knowing, like, I feel like our society is devaluing what words mean. And if you don't like Charlie Kirk, that's fine. But to sit here and call him a racist when we know what racism is.
What do you mean when you keep saying real racism?
Yeah.
I just don't feel like a racist would advocate for the advancement of black people.
But does he really want you authentically believe he wanted the advancement of black people?
Yes, that's what his organizations do.
Okay. But I mean, I could point to many times in history where there are very powerful white men who advocated for the advancement of their black people.
No shade, going back to your point. And again, I'm gonna be pausing a lot. So if you can't deal with that, I don't know what to tell you, baby. This is what real critical thinking in real time looks like. No shade. But again, right then and there, we can go ahead and use that pipeline. You're saying that you're tired of that pipeline of black people either being entertainers or rappers or athletes. A lot of the times, the people that own those teams or the people that pay those people to get their songs played on the radio to give them international fame and set up all type of damn bookings and contracts and sponsorships are overwhelmingly white men. There's plenty of white men that love trap drill artists, will sit there and listen to their music talking about, yeah, I like it. This is going to be dope. This is going to be nice. We're going to put this on TikTok somehow. We're going to get you a video game sponsorship or something. This is going to be dope. Meanwhile, your ass is unalived. And those same people who care about the advancement of black people, they didn't give their mom or the artist's parents or families any sort of money to at least help with the funeral. Damn, can you at least give me some flowers? Can you at least pay for the flowers that's gonna be on the casket and shit? Meanwhile, these people again take out insurance policies on these same artists to get paid. And then again, the more tragic the artist's death is, the more profitable it is for the label. So again, if Charlie Kirk really cared, he would have been able to clear up his own shit. When we sat here, bro, we do our research. I am so sorry for everybody else. Let me get big. I am so sorry for everybody else, baby. If you can't handle breaking shit down, I don't know how you're going to survive this situation. This is a time for critical thought. We've sat here and reviewed Charlie Kirk giving his expression and what he believes for the black community when it came down to Blexit. Blexit is literally Black Lives Matter exit. You are exiting the whole cultural aspect of the black community, aligning more with the institutionalized aspect. Who we know these whole ass niggas don't mind doing their shit behind closed doors, but they're not bold enough to do it in front because the stage has not been set perfectly yet for them to do that. And Charlie Kirk had plenty of time to explain himself in such an objective way for black people to be like, you know what, I see that. And again, Amir is here to talk about Mr. Kirk. So this will be the time for you to really show us. We need videos, pictures, proof. Yes, we can go by your word, but your word is not strong enough because we know that you don't even know what the fuck you be talking about a lot of the times when it comes down to this stuff. You just get paid to react to shit and to be the voice piece and to allow the queerphobes and the racist people to feel like it's okay for them to actually do that because now they have you, a black gay man, to use as that proxy thing. How can I be racist? How can I be queerphobic? This black gay guy is saying the exact same thing that I'm saying, and I agree. And he told us in the beginning of his videos that, you know, you're not bad for feeling the way that you do. Girl, if you can explain why you feel that way, and you feel like your opinion is worth more than the actual factual reality of what's happening, girl, then it's a problem and it's an issue. Let's continue.
To advance their bottom line. Charlie Kirk had an economic incentive to advance certain black people. Like he wasn't out here talking for blackness. He was advancing a conservative agenda that the agenda itself calls for the disenfranchisement of so many of us.
I don't like what is harmful that he was saying.
I don't know, because the irony of this whole conversation is before he died, I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. Did not even care. But also it's because I live in a black bubble that I only have eyes for black people.
Yeah.
And so Charlie Kirk was the last thing on my radar until the man passed away. Again, let me before because my tone is making light of the fact that this man was murdered.
Yeah.
And I don't want that to be the narrative.
Right.
How he died was tragic. And I do think that it requires a moment of reflection for all of us because nobody should be the subject of political violence or any kind of violence.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I agree with that.
And so I don't see him as you know,
It's interesting because
the
to me,
NAACP.
I saw like to me he was our modern day MLK, because if we're looking at MLK as far as a entity that has a pull on culture,
okay,
and like making waves in politics and in culture in general, that was Charlie. Trump credits Charlie for a lot of the win, especially with pretty much everybody under 35. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA is, I believe, at this point now, in over 60,000 high schools and college campuses.
And see, that makes me uncomfortable.
He is huge. I mean, people were protesting in not North Korea, in South Korea over him, in Japan, in the UK when he died. Like,
Yes.
he's a huge guy, and it shouldn't make you uncomfortable. He employed so many gay people. I don't know about trans people. I know he employed gay people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people. Like, the man that is painted is not the man that I knew, and not the man that I know my friends knew.
Can I say a very, very
Pause. Did this nigga say that Charlie Kirk was our modern day Martin Luther King Jr.? Did that nigga say that? Now, before I give y'all some of the notes that I have, the only thing, nigga, that Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King Jr., the only thing that these niggas have in common for real is that both of them were unalived by white men. That's it. Real quick. Let me pull something up real quick. Because I ain't had time to get my whole little slideshow shit together, girl. So again, y'all got to do y'all research and your homework. We just heard Amir in an explicit kind of way, girl. Like, 10 toes down, girl, so nonchalantly, like it was just, girl, it is what it is, girl. Called Charlie Kirk our modern day Martin Luther King. Not as a hyperbole, but as a sincere comparison based on cultural influence and political reach. So if that is the case, Trump was able to do what he did based on his own cultural influence and political reach, which is why, again, he decided to be a Republican candidate, because he mentioned before that if there was one group of people that he would represent, it would be the Republicans, because they're idiots. They lack empathy. They lack mental and emotional awareness. And the only thing they really care about is that Joe Mean Green girl, because money talks and bullshit walks. So they realize that them hoes got a price and is willing and able to pay for the highest bidder. Or for it to go to the highest bidder, shall I say. That's why I say, girl, even though some people would have sat there and would have been like, oh, I'm done. I'm not finna watch this. Oh, this is stupid. I can't deal with this. This nigga dumb. Yeah, this nigga is dumb. But I'm still gonna listen. You know why? Because it's called information. The Bible, according to y'all Christian reads, my people perish because of the lack of knowledge. Baby, y'all can sit up here and throw away information if you fucking want to, bitch. Y'all better pay attention as much as you can, because there could be something that you are hearing right now that could save your life when real shit pop the fuck off and pop the fuck up, because life's. And if you ain't gonna do it, BubzDaGawd is, and I ain't about to apologize for it no more. I am so sorry. If you can't get down with the get down, baby, then when it's time to get down, I hope you find a way to get up and get on up on your good foot. Because there's gonna be some people who are going to educate themselves so that when the shit hits the fan, They're not going to be completely consumed by fear. Will fear be there? Hell yeah, because it's a reality now, but they're not going to be frozen in it. When we realize this, again, listening to the information, finding ways to listen to shit and put it in the background while you work in your foreground, that's real multitasking. We find out that this low-key is the Rosetta Stone of Amir's entire fucking worldview. Because once you understand what he means by this, everything else in his content becomes what is known as coherent. And as an individual that has done reviews on his shit and listened to the entire thing, I didn't chop and screw a motherfucking thing, bitch. I just sat up here and listened to your shit live with a blunt in my hand. Sativa, preferably. If anything, hybrid would be next. I don't want no indica unless I'm ready to lay down, baby, or somebody about to lay it down on me. Let's talk about Martin Luther King for a second. The real one. Not the got me a Cadillac car. Look at me, mister. I'm a star. You like that run? That was a little black. Fuck that, girl. Let's talk about the real. MLK was organizing for the structural liberation, okay? The infrastructure of black people from F to the R to the O to the M, nigga, from systems of oppression. Bitch, Charlie Kirk built Turning Point USA, which has explicitly that your ass can't defend, girl, except dick suck. But has explicitly opposed affirmative action. Hello. Disparate impact enforcement. Hello. DEI initiatives. Hello. Voting rights expansion, hello, and virtually every structural tool available to address systemic racial inequality. Girl, when we talking about Kirk's Young Black Leadership Summit, you know, which Amir cites as evidence of Kirk's pro-black stance, girl, because again, he met the nigga, girl, but did you talk to the nigga? Did you have a one-on-one with the nigga? Does the nigga know about your story? When you look at me, what do you see? Do you understand my story? That was a fucked up my story. Cause all I want is love. Does he know your story? Does he know that you played Frogger in 8-lane traffic? Does he know about the scars? Does he know about the pocket of eggs in the booty hole? The second hole? Does he know about any of that? Or did he shake your hand, smile with you, I'm so proud, give you a generic ass motherfucking chat GPT ass response, girl, and kept going? Because you said, girl, well, y'all sitting here talking about Trump. I was invited to Trump. I spoke with Trump. And then when the white man from the UK asked you, girl, what do you and Trump speak about? You said Trump ain't say shit to your ass. He just shook your hand. How you doing? Great. I love the blacks. Photo op and move the fuck on. Then y'all went and cosplayed as niggas in the midnight hour, which I'm surprised because y'all said y'all was smoking weed and Brandon Tatum was there. Is weed legal at that time? Was it legal in Washington? Because if not, it seemed like the Youth Black Leadership Summit was literally some hooligan ass niggas in disguise that need to be arrested. No shade. That's what it seems like. But again, Kirk's Young Black Leadership Summit, which Amir cites as evidence of Kirk's pro-black stance, girl, is a conservative recruitment operation, not a liberation movement, bitch. It is meant to utilize black people as talking points and voice pieces to be able to help with the narrative or quell the fears and ignorance of people, or to be able to shield their queerphobia and racism by saying, again, look at me, I have black friends. Well, goddamn it, the black friends got to sit down with the black people and we got to verify that. Since trans people got to verify their identity to you, since queer people got to identify their identity to you, since this is going to be identity politics, nigga, the black people you bring up, girl, they have to be tested and tried by us in order for it to be real. Because y'all carbon copies of what the fuck y'all want to be, girl, can't even stand the test of time against real ass motherfuckers like myself, or a CTV, or a Reckless Logic, or a Queen Stevie, or a T for T, or a Deshaun, or a T.S. Madison, or a Hope Giselle, or a Bree Star, aka Fairy Puss. I would say Dominique Morgan, but girl, until you do right by us, girl, all them lace fonts gonna raise up like crust, bitch. And you gonna keep making these goddamn Timu ass motherfucking clip art ass songs that you be making, girl. Summer, then winter, in fall time. Fuck that. But girl, she was on good standing with us. You could have talked to her ass too. There are plenty of people that you can have a real constructive conversation with. And like I said, I want Jamal. Where the niggas at? Because we supposed to be with the niggas tonight. So where the niggas at? In the words, again, Big Sexy and Drag. Where the hood niggas at? I'm looking for the nigga. Where they at? Where they at? Okay, girl. Calling someone who dismantles the tools of black advancement a modern MLK. A nigga who is literally speaking out and is actively funded through resources to literally dismantle the actual liberation of black people, for black people to start fucking living for real and living the way that they fucking deserve, not in the way that these motherfuckers feel like we should live. Because again, Amir's advancement of blackness is about personal advancement. It is not about community at all. Meanwhile, this the same nigga, girl, that when he gets lonely and decides that he wants to go out, even though he got gay friends and trans friends, girl, he still finds his way at a goddamn club, girl, at a deep cut night for Beyonce, girl, and then gets triggered and then says, every time I go out, I end up with more enemies than I do friends, girl, and then sitting here stuck on stupid like what the problem is, girl. What? There is a certain level of awareness that I'm not even gonna say your ass can't see. I'm just saying you making a choice to not see at this point. And regardless of whether you see it or not, BubzDaGawd gonna do that because like I stated in my TikTok video, when the whole gay marriage might be banned shit came out and you gave your response and then you came through trying to shame the gay people who felt some type of way, even though you had to get you a little piece of that motherfucking fear base as well shit, girl, because your ass was reading the fuck out them goddamn conservative ass Christians that be sucking dick more than the gay open men and the women combined, girl. They be swallowing the dick up till it hiccup. They be slurper derping in this mug, girl. And then talk about the gays, bitch. Girl, let me shut up. Calling someone who dismantles a tool of black advancement a modern MLK reveals that Amir defines advancement of black people again as individual success within an unchanged system, because Amir knows, or at least he's under the impression, that he can't change the system, because when he was out there crying for Black Lives Matter and he felt the pain, because the nigga was crying too, so you an empath as well. And from one empath to another, because I'm a basically healed one, but still healing. One, because healing is a long life journey, girl. You're always growing and evolving. To another, you were in those streets. You understood how even the whole queer phobic shit, especially since we're niggas, black, yeah, how that even affected your mother's brother by him unfortunately passing from AIDS. How that affected your pawpaw, because he also had a brother, if I'm not mistaken, that was gay. So it's kind of like, again, they still dealt with the shit. And because we're black in this system, we dealt with it at a greater capacity, and not greater capacity as far as it being a good thing, as far as we have been stretched so wide, girl, no pun intended, bitch, that we're able to hold more pain or to give more pain. So that happened to you. And then somehow when you met that white man who apparently was Jesus Christ, because you were sitting here yelling at him, Black Lives Matter, like it was on a loop, girl, and he touched your hand, girl, and spoke to you in such a way where it changed your mind. again, the individual success. And usually people who care about their independent success while also kicking their fellow black people down, there is a term for that. You, Candace Owens, and Brandon Tatum should know very well what the fuck that term is. So, if y'all believe that trans women are men, if you believe that trans men are women, if you believe that you're gay in this way and that you're lesbian in this way, if that is your thought process to other people at this fucking point, cool, no problem. Thank you for telling us that. But now that we know that, you are also, whether you want to agree with it or not, a fucking pick-me, a fucking coon, a fucking Uncle Tom, a fucking brown noser of orange people. You're called that too. Two things can be true and will be true at the same time, because the way that BubzDaGawd is set up is that no shade, baby, there will be equality somewhere on the board. I would prefer equality when it comes down to peace. I would prefer for equality when it comes down to humanity. I would actually love that. That's actually what I'm striving for. But if this is the world that we're going to be a part of and y'all don't want to do anything like that, baby, laying down and just taking it is not an option. It is not an option. And Amir, if that's the option for you, cool. That's fine. That's fine. And the crazy part is that him and Charlie Kirk low-key is the same thing, because just like how Charlie Kirk ass had to get blacks and Latinos and gays, not the trans though, maybe Blair White, maybe she's the example girl or the exception, but get these people together to speak on their behalf, to give this illusion, to control the narrative that we're not racist and queerphobic, even though what the fuck we're saying and what we're actually doing in the verbiage, in the action, in the manifesto, girl, is completely against these groups of people, girl. I am going to remove myself from that. And all we're saying is, girl, since you've made your choice, stand in your choice. Because you don't get to motherfucking dibble-dabble back and forth from the shit. No, Miss Mamas, you made your grave and your bed with them hoes. Go be with them hoes. Now, if you want to be more middle, then you have to understand that these are going to be conversations that also come with accountability. And that's for both sides, girl. But I've been learning to deal with accountability. Is it hard? Yes. Am I perfect? No. But I'm willing and able, because I know that what I want is on the other side. Motherfuckers be, in the words of CTV, motherfuckers be so worried about the motherfucking quote unquote punishment when they should be focused on making things right and building reconciliation. And until Amir Odom on his platform starts challenging his own audience base, until we start seeing videos of Amir Odom literally saying, hey, for you faggots talking about me online, you blown out twinks online talking shit about me, hey, welcome to the first annual motherfucking conservative Republican gay pride event that even Christians approve. Now, homosexuals, y'all turn. Boom. Shut us down. You have the... If you were in tune with your black side, for real, like I know you can, you probably could hit us like that. But see, you got to actually have some soul and be super bad in order to get into this party. I hate that it's that way, but that's how the system made it. And if you're really trying to make change, Miss Mamas, you have to do better than what you're doing right now, because what you're doing obviously ain't fucking working. So again, calling someone who dismantles the tool of black advancement a modern MLK reveals that Amir defines advancement of black people as individual success with an unchanged system, which is why they got a certain group of niggas and not all the niggas. That is the precise opposition of what MLK was doing. What the fuck is you talking about, Amir? Now, no shade. Jay, shout out to him, pushes back, but doesn't fully deliver the historical counter argument. This is where things could have went into a deeper perspective, but I get it. He pulled up on him. It was impromptu. Motherfuckers ain't had their stuff. And no shade. I kind of feel like CTV a little bit when it came out of Jasmine's Garden in reference to Jay. It's like, Jay, it could have went there a little bit more pimping. Because you had a whole bunch of gotchas and I would have had his ass stay on this. No, we're going to talk about this because this is what your content talks about. These people come to you. You have almost 1 million subscribers. When we look at your videos, especially on these particular topics, these are the videos that get you the most views and the most engagement. These are the videos that are over 100, 200, sometimes 300,000 views. So since these people are coming to your video saying all this, obviously, obviously, they're seeing you as a source of information. Obviously, they're seeing you as an oracle. And again, you're the one that left Black Lives Matter. You're the one that is distancing yourself from the queer community. So they're looking to you to give them insight about this soul community that benefits them. Because now they have they're trying to do what we are doing in reference to our liberation. Even though this is their system, they have the ability to play the victim while also being the victimizer. And you're playing your part very well, which is why you're almost at 1 million subscribers. And again, y'all got to prove me wrong. Where are the videos of Amir checking his own audience? Where are the videos of Amir Odom literally giving us LGBT history lessons because somehow we as the queer people have lost our fucking way? Show us back. Find your way back, bitch. Show us. Put on Black is King in the background, bitch, and find a way to help us get back to the origin of where we were. Since you're the one that knows everything, and since you're the one that claims, again, when you come into my commentary and you watch my shit, hey, this is a place for you to have real, raw, honest conversations and don't feel bad about thinking the way that you do because I'll finna sit up here and make it easier for you to do. But then when you're in front of other Black people or other queer people who don't think like you, baby, the information don't be informationing the way that it should. And again, it was impromptu. Y'all say y'all supposed to get a part 2. That would be dope. But no shade. Like I said, I would like a conversation. And I want you to bring Jamal, because I know that you can cuss and read and smoke. I would like all that shit. I ain't got no personal shit, baby. You got to work hard to get BubzDaGawd upset. And you ain't finna blow my high. And on top of that, nigga, we can roll. We can smoke. Whatever. I'm with it. And you did say you pull up. Now, I may not have the subscribers and the view count, viewership and all that type of stuff as some of the other content creators who you reached out to. But they probably ain't got time to really get into the nuances of this. I do. Because I enjoy doing this. As far as education is concerned. I'm down for it. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Charged statement.
Yeah.
The way that you are talking about Charlie Kirk makes me feel like he had Black people on the plantation. Of course he likes Black people. And that to me just screams transactional advocacy for a small group of us.
So on the flip side, at what point do we just acknowledge somebody doing something good for Black people? Like, does there always have to be a motive underneath? Does there always have to be a negative connotation that someone's doing? Like, does it?
Bitch, we can ask you the same thing, girl. Y'all be saying the same thing about trans people. Oh, there's a reason why there's a reason why they're just something. Y'all do the same thing. And maybe this would have been an opportunity to be able to, again, have the conversation on both sides, the gray area, the middle ground conversation, as you will. Because again, Amir is middle right leaning. Let's get into the middle. That would have been a perfect time to get into that.
Always have to be that way, or can we grow past that and say, actually, he's just a dude that believed in these values with America, and he wanted everybody to have those same values.
Except trans.
But the gotcha about that, the reason why his particular way of communicating that rings as problematic and inflammatory is because he only advocated for people who thought somewhere in the way he does. And when it comes to me and my politic, not the Democratic Party, but me and my politic, while I disagree with you on a whole bunch of issues, I do not want to silence your voice.
I appreciate that.
I don't want you to have any less liberties than I do.
Thank you. And neither does
I wouldn't want that either.
And I'd argue that, rest in peace, Charlie, you and I agree on a lot. On the most basic
Meaning you
things.
and me.
Yeah.
Got it?
And you
Okay,
even with
y'all
Charlie
could be
may
talking
agree with
about
on certain things. Because
No,
again,
I don't know about that, friend.
And this is a disclaimer as we're getting into this podcast. There are some things that I might be saying that might be inflammatory, but I'm urging everybody to listen to understand, at least right now, then listen to respond. I drove 4
For
hours.
right now, it's just you and me.
Yeah.
And I am absolutely listening to understand because I, for the life of me, as
drove
I
4
prepare for
hours.
this,
Shit.
cannot understand how you, from what I research about your upbringing, get here.
No shade. You drove 4 hours, nigga. Shout out to you. I'll give you that. I'll give you your tens on that, nigga. You drove 4 hours. I wish I would drove 4 hours to debate with a nigga, bitch. Unless I'm getting paid. That's the only time. I ain't finna drive 4 hours, girl. We can do this shit on StreamYard. We can do this shit on Instagram Live, bitch. There is ways to work around this, but you drove 4 hours. Okay, shout out to the pull-up game. I appreciate that's a little nit. Well, I mean, that is kind of nigga like if you really trying to get a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like the only time a nigga gonna drive 4 fucking hours is to get some ass. You feel me? Or motherfucker, somebody, family member they care about is in the hospital or something. You know what I'm saying? Drive 4 hours to have a conversation with a nigga. No shade. Shout out to you, Amir. That's something that I will not do for free. Shout out to you.
Aligned with him
Because
I can't draw that line.
The left has left the left. If we're looking at diversity of thought, that's more on the right. The left is an echo chamber. The left is you have to think like this, and if you don't, you're getting canceled, you're being exiled, you're being shunned. But on the right, it's such a diverse bubble. We all don't think the same at all. We embrace that. We have conversations, we have open dialogue, and it's great.
And
but
I
when
would say the exact opposite.
Girl, Amir, when you say you was taking shrooms and shit when you was in college, girl, did you somehow like get lost in another alternative realm, girl, that we can't see, and you came back with that same mindset, girl? Are you a time traveler, bitch? Because at this point, I don't understand what you're talking about. The right that is conservative is more expansive in thought. Think of that for a second. Conservative, but expansive in thought. The only thing that I can think of is what are more ways that we can expand or influence, or in some cases, force our conservative viewpoints onto other people? What are different ways? That's the only thing that I can think of as far as expansive thought. These are the same people who don't know the difference between a drag queen and a trans woman. These are the people who now all of a sudden are enemies of pronouns, even though pronouns have always been there, despite how they're used. Again, Trump said that if he wanted to be president, girl, he would vote Republican because y'all dumb, and y'all proved him right. Not just one time, girl. How many people died during his first presidency? How much shit happened in his first presidency? What happened? And y'all thought a second time would be good? Because again, instead of doing the real work, they want to blame other people for it. And now they're in positions of power, and look at what the fuck they're doing to the country. To the point to where Amir's ass is not even Republican anymore. This nigga is politically homeless, bitch. And no shade. This is how I feel. If it was me, I want to connect with the people who are leaving Democratic Party and the Republican Party. At this time, at this point, it's a time, girl, it's a time to make a party that is exclusively about the fucking people. Point blank, period. Everybody lying to us. Few Democrats be over here motherfucking betraying the Democratic Party, girl. They still be vulnerable with the Republicans, bitch, even though they on the Democratic side, because the Democrats and the Republicans are two wings on the same bird. And I'm trying to understand how voting Democrat or voting Republican is going to solve anything, because we just had this nigga. Even though y'all may find him ugly, girl, again, I told you, I like quirky, weird ass niggas. Those are one of my types, girl. If Amir Odom was single and Amir Odom was Black Lives Matter and bitch, it actually tuned and tapped in with the black community, girl, and was into leprechauns, girl, the way I would have folded that Steve Urkel nigga looking ass nigga up, girl, and knocked them glasses off till he looked like Stefan, bitch. Fuck up time machine, bitch. I'm the motherfucking time machine. That's me. Girl, I forgot my other thought, girl, because I'm over here talking about smash. I'm screaming. I forgot what the hell I was saying, girl. Again, shout out to him pulling up. I think I'll get my thought back if you say
and
some
on my
shit.
journey, from the left to the right, when I was at that conference when I first met Charlie Kirk, and I was getting slandered online, 40,000 tweets. You dumb hard R, you dumb F word, because I'm big in the hive. I love me some Be Down tattoo. Saw Cowboy Carter 6 times this year. Like, I love that woman down. And I'm just a very, like, sometimes oblivious, but I went on Twitter and I was like, because I got invited to the finale of the On One 2 tour.
I think that's the problem.
Front row, and there's a picture of me on Beyonce's website. Later that month, I was at the White House, and I was on Trump's Instagram. I was like, oh my gosh, like, what is it? What is life? Front row at Beyonce, then front row in Trump? Like, this is crazy. I just posted that thinking nothing of it. Like, this is great.
No, friend, no.
And I got toured to, there's still friends and family I haven't talked to since that day. And what blows my mind is when I was on the left, when I was down here marching in the streets of BLM, everybody on the right that I knew was like, why would you do that? Or like, I want to hear your perspective. We're talking things out. The second I go over to the right, I'm getting canceled and shunned by the left.
You know what would have been really good for you, Amir? I think you should have invited your friends, and you could have had them been anonymous. You could have had them have a damn mask on, girl. You have obviously the money for the production, girl. You can use a goddamn just a backlight, girl, to illuminate them, girl. Do a voice changer thing to where their voice changes when they talk, like all that type of stuff. You could have done all that and could have had a conversation with your friends who are still your friends. That could also possibly explain why his ass ended up becoming conservative, because the only people that were there for him were the conservative people. And I wonder what those conservative people said to him when he was on the left. Like, what was he saying? Oh, that's what I was saying too, before we get into that. Yes, I want people from the left and the right to come together and to work stuff out. That's what I would like. Something for the people. It is for the people, because the Democrats keep betraying us. The Democrats spend so much time, girl, like Martin Luther King, girl, like I was saying. Thank you, universe, for bringing that back. Spent decades and decades and decades and decades, blood, sweat, tears, fears, all type of violence to get to certain levels, all the things that black people had to literally do to, quote unquote, be integrated into this society, just for the Republican Party to come through in a matter of 4 to possibly 8 years and dismantle everything that happened. And Charlie Kirk can come on the scene and be compared to Martin Luther King in a matter of a few years, as opposed to all the years of decades of Martin Luther King pulling himself up by his bootstraps, was able to do. That is the crazy part.
Because now I will say the piece of this that I agree with is, as someone, and I don't parse through it as left and right in my terminology, but as someone who had voted for Joe Biden, I voted for Kamala Harris,
Which
I voted for before that, of course, I voted for President Obama. I voted for Hillary, but as someone who is Democratic leaning, I think that when you make that, our politic is set up to where going toward the right is a one-way street. Like, you go that the right is looking to recruit you, and when you get there, that means you are shunning everything that stands for diversity, that stands for equity, that stands for inclusion.
What's so funny about that is, I'd argue that the left is for diversity of representation and the right is for diversity of thought. I feel like the left is saying, oh, we need black, brown, gay, straight, lesbian, trans all in one room. And that's diversity of them. When to me, that's a diversity of representation. But on the right, I much rather listen to 4 white men on the right who all think differently. That's a more fruitful conversation to me. They may all look the same, but if they all think differently, I'm getting more out of that conversation than a group of people who all look different but think the same. And what's ironic to me about some of these things is, and again, I don't want this to come off as, this is very peaceful, I don't want any gotcha moments or nothing like that, but this podcast, Dear Black Gay Men, is the opposite of what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden stood for.
What do you mean?
In terms of, adjusting and modifying the Civil Rights Act, which is something that Charlie Kirk spoke against. He's like, hey, I wish it was just a one-pager saying, hey, don't be racist, and that would be all we need. But with the way it's written, people are able to add a lot of different things. So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were adding in gender identity to that. You can't discriminate based on gender identity. That hat that you're wearing, this podcast, by definition, has no definition, has no meaning. Because now I'm being told that, okay, gay. What does gay mean? What is gay to you?
Before we go to that, I want to go back real quick because there was something I wanted to say, but I kind of wanted to play out a little bit. Let me see if I can go back.
More out of that conversation than a group of people
that's
who
what I'm
all
talking
look
about.
For equity, that stands for
You know what's
inclusion.
so funny about that is I'd argue that the left is for diversity of representation and the right is for diversity of thought.
Right.
I feel like the left is saying, oh, we need black, brown, gay, straight, lesbian, trans all in one room. And that's diversity
Okay.
of them. But to me, that's a diversity of representation. But on
Now, before he goes into that, okay, I want y'all to remember that because he says that the right has a diversity of thought, which means that they're more open-minded, right? We're talking about thought. We're talking about the brain, the mind, thoughts, right? The thoughts. He's saying that they're more diverse. Diverse means open, more diverse, different variations of thought. When they start talking about people's experiences, you would think that these people then use their objective, diverse view, if you will, to be able to honor those people's experiences because you're diverse and open-minded. That means you're willing to receive information and be like, oh, okay, I understand. I don't have to understand everything about it because that's not my lived experience, but I can still learn enough in a way to where I can respect you as a human fucking being. So I want y'all to remember that, and I want y'all to see if he shows that diverse thought. Now, let's get to him talking about him. He would rather sit in a room with 4 white men who think differently, right? As opposed to sitting in a group that is diverse in reference to their appearance or their life experiences, which... Let's go ahead. You said what, Amir?
the right, I much rather listen to 4 white men on the right who all think differently. That's a more fruitful conversation to me. They may all look the same, but if they all think differently, I'm getting more out of that conversation than a group of people who all look different but think the same. And what's ironic to me...
Before you go forward, there are podcasts, and I think we should review them. Or I think what we'll do is we'll use believe it or not YouTube content because he gets all the compilation and they're white, so they do more commentary on the white, but they also are, again, diverse in their thought by, understanding other people's experiences to be able to clock when people are being objective or even overt or even covert, shall I say, in their racism, in their queerphobia, be able to clock it because they're talking to the people who actually live the experiences. So there are plenty of podcasts where there are groups of 3 to 4 plus white men who, to your point, think differently. And when we listen to them, we rarely, and in some cases, have white men who are more objective. For example, if you have 4 white men talking about racism in America, because again, that's a conversation and a topic, and again, you're black, but these 4 white men have such diverse thoughts that they're going to be able to find the answer in a way that black people never will, right? If one of them is in the room and they know black people personally, we ain't talking about photo ops. We ain't talking about the DEI hire. Okay, we got one on the team, bitch, in the way that you claim it to be, even though you and the rest of the other Negroes that were at the Youth Leadership Black Summit are all those things. Anyway, girl, I'm about to lose my thought. Yeah, sometimes here on BubzDaGawd, I lose my thoughts sometimes, but that's okay. We're talking about conversations in real time. I'm showing you in real time that everything's not perfect just because it ain't quote unquote perfect or, oh my God, girl. No. You have to think sometimes. Sometimes you get thrown off of things to be able to, for it to come back or for you to move on to something else that still is an intersection of it. Let me listen further and I'm going to remember my thought. Hold on.
about some of these things is...
Oh yes, the black... tells you I can get it. The white men, 4 white men sitting in a room together on a podcast having a conversation. If one of those individuals know a black person, lived experiences, be able to see the results of what these black people are talking about the lived experiences, able to educate themselves outside of their own worldview, to test the data and see if it's true, and come to find out that it is true, and unfortunately overwhelmingly true, and they can prove that when they go on that podcast and they talk about those experiences, the majority of those men are going to fight back against that and call that being woke, and that you're being too empathic. Because as we hear, I don't know if it's going to be in this part or part 2, but Amir talks about, well, I think sometimes we're just too empathic. We're just too empathetic. We're just too nice. They said the same thing in reference to us, because I've heard some of these white men talk on these podcasts, and they talk about all the different ways that they can't wait to prove how America is going to be great again. Hello. In Michigan and Dearborn, one of the insurrectionist girl was there to start shit, not bring any sort of objective help or change, or try to have a conversation with the Muslim people in Dearborn, because it's predominantly Muslim. And no shade, shout out to Dearborn. I used to work in Dearborn. Ain't nobody walked up and did no horrible shit to me. I used to DoorDash in Dearborn, girl, and everybody was nice to me. What did none of them call me, "It nigga," and none of them said nothing to me like that. They always called me brother or friend, and they treated me with respect. But you're saying that you'd rather listen to them talk, because if those 4 white men talk, if they don't know or have real black friends or know about black issues, how can they speak about your shit? Girl, what do you think Ronald Reagan and the rest of them other motherfuckers was doing, girl, when they were speaking with all white men, bitch, in positions of power? Fuck a podcast. Fuck an opinion. They were in positions of power to actually make some shit shake, girl. And there were a group of white men. Were you in the room with them when they were talking, girl? Because I'm pretty sure if you were, your ass may want to jump back on the other side, bitch. And when you come back, the only way in is getting jumped in. At this point. But yet, if there are a group of different people, if there is a black person and a trans person and a white person and a Latino person and a Muslim person and an Asian person and a short person and a tall person and a BMI persons and a anorexic bitch, you can have all these different people, but I'd rather have those people come through who have diverse living experiences, also have diverse thought, but are willing to come together to figure out, how do we grow with each other? Not appropriate each other's culture, but literally honor each other's culture. And if there are bad things about the culture, what are we going to do together as a community to help heal this? Because if all lives matter, bitch, all the fingers on the fucking hand matter, bitch. The pinky gone, the thumb gone, the ring finger gone, the middle finger gone. Yes, you can live life without these things, but it's not going to be as easy when you have it at that moment in time. So if it were me, I'd rather sit there and listen to the group of diverse people in their own experiences that have their own diverse, unique lives that are theirs, and they stand in that shit and ain't scared and but a bunch of bitches when it comes down to their identity and walking in their truth because they know the tea. Fuck what the other whole ignorantly think, girl. I'd rather sit there and listen to them talk, and then find the commonality or find the way of us thinking the same when it comes down to honoring each other's humanity. Just like how you want people to honor your humanity, right? Again, when your ass was on Beyonce's website, girl, and you got a picture with Trump, girl, or every time your ass go out to the club, girl, and you try to make a friend, instead of you enjoying the moment, bitch, there's a thought in the back of your mind talking about this bitch finna block me. This bitch might even try to stab me, girl. My ass be coming to the club dressed like motherfucking Trayvon Martin, girl, with the sunglasses and the motherfucking Skittles and the Arizona tea signed by that fuck nigga who is homeless now, girl. Where the old block niggas at, girl? Do your job, bitch. Hey. But once they find out who I am, girl, I'm not even gonna check my Instagram, girl. I'm not even gonna sit up there and respond to their text, girl, because I know that if I send this text, girl, it's gonna be a green bubble and a green message. Or I'm going to click on their Instagram or their social medias. They're going to say user not found, girl. Because every time I go outside and try to be with the gay people and shake my ass with them, girl. Every time I go out there with them, girl, I make more enemies than I make friends. Even though I have all these trans friends and gay friends and black friends, girl. But yet we don't see you taking friendcations with their asses, girl. Because you also want to be a part of the culture. But you was appropriating the culture instead of appreciating the culture, because you're aligned with people who appropriate the culture but don't appreciate the culture. In the words of motherfucking Paul Mooney, may he rest in power, girl. Everybody want to be a nigga, but don't want to be a nigga. And Amir. Unlike Mr. Kirk in his grave, Paul Mooney's stuff that he's saying still stands today. And you, unfortunately, are a representation of that. Gotta be smoking up my whole goddamn blunt in this bitch. If y'all want to reimburse a nigga, girl, Cash App at the bottom of the screen, girl. $ BubzDaGawd. PayPal, paypal.me/BubzDaGawd, girl. Because what I'm doing is real work in real time. That's why I also love lives. Even though I try to give y'all edited content to make it more digestible, because I understand everybody don't like expansive thought, as we can obviously see. But I'm still going to do my job, girl, because when the shit hits the fan, girl, people will have plenty of time to look at my old content, girl, and learn from it. Because until a bitch is doing what I'm doing, or what CTV is doing, or what J Inclusive is doing with the receipts, girl, or like Queen Stevie is doing, or Hope Giselle is doing, unless y'all coming through with a big ass motherfucking presentation, girl, to show us that you have dotted all your I's and crossed all your damn T's and on your P's and Q's, this is where we gonna be at, girl, which is why Amir is talking to another black man, girl. And Amir is supposed to be whooping this nigga ass, girl, with all the education and the information. You drove 4 hours. You telling me in 4 hours you couldn't have no shit done? You ain't got no team or something that could have put some shit together for you, girl? You've had these conversations so many times on Jubilee, on these other people's podcasts. Again, you are the person these people come to when it comes down to the faggots and the trannies and the damn niggas. You're the one they come to. So now that you're talking to a nigga, girl, who actually is a part of the party, girl, who we know when they bring their motherfucking plate or dish, girl, we ain't got to worry about testing it, girl. We're the ones trying to see if this macaroni and cheese has blueberries in it. We're trying to see if you put some fucked up shit in a potato salad. We trying to see if this chicken is cooked with flavor besides salt and pepper. And don't you dare bring that goddamn green bean casserole that look like dog vomit and shit on top of it, with mold on it. Girl, I'm gonna let him cook. I'll be right back.
And again, I don't want this to come off as this is very peaceful. I don't want any gotcha moments or nothing like that. But this podcast, Dear Black Gay Men, is the opposite of what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden stood for.
What do you mean?
In terms of, adjusting and modifying the Civil Rights Act, which is something that Charlie Kirk spoke against. He's like, hey, I wish it was just a one-pager saying, hey, don't be racist, and that would be all we need. But with the way it's written, people are able to add a lot of different things. So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were adding in gender identity to that. You can't discriminate based on gender identity. That hat that you're wearing, this podcast, by definition, has no meaning. Because now I'm being told that, okay, gay. What does gay mean? What is gay to you?
I like men.
What is men?
For me, because before we get into the trans talk, for me, it is someone who identifies as a man.
See, I disagree, because
I'm back.
I'm only gay because I like penis. There's penis and vagina. That's it. So to me, I'm a gay man.
But see, the irony is I don't even think about what's in between somebody's legs.
You do.
I don't know what's in between your legs.
You may not think about it, but you're gay. That's what the word.
But see, that is the exact reason I'm having this conversation, is because what you're trying to do in this conversation is make me accept your definition of gay. I see gay as different than you do.
Just the definition. Words have meaning for a reason, and gay is attracted to a biological male, attracted to a biological male.
But words have meaning, but words also have context and connotation. And
Okay,
for instance,
And words can also have multiple meanings. Multiple meanings. Merriam-Webster's dictionary, and I forgot the other one, are known as descriptors. They basically just pay attention to society and they update and show what happens with the times, because again, language also changes and evolves. And at the same time, Amir, just because somebody else is a different type of gay than you, does your shit get limp? Is the sex not good because a trans man is now calling themselves a man and being gay? Does it stop for you? Does it fuck up your life? Does it fuck up your marriage? Does it fuck up? Do you and your partner have more arguments, girl, because of this person's experiences? Is what they're eating making you shit when you've cleaned out and you thought that you got all of it out, girl, because it came out clear, but this bitch done ate and now you're painting because of what this bitch is doing in her bedroom with her with their trans shit? What? Hello? What does that have to do with you? For me, I am a cisgendered man. I'm attracted to the same sex. But I also might have an awareness to where I could possibly be attracted to a trans man because it's the presentation. There are plenty of same gender loving men who are not attracted to other same gender loving men. There are some gay men that don't like feminine gay men. It don't turn them on. There are some gay men that don't like masculine gay men. Don't turn them on. Even though they're fucking male. And again, don't you have preferences? Don't you have types? Don't you have things that you're attracted to? Just because you're a male does not mean I'm going to automatically be attracted to you. It's just that if there is an attraction, I know I'm going to be attracted to a male. But don't the gays, especially the gays, have high fucking standards? Come on, Amir. Like, somebody else's experiences doesn't change yours, because you told us that after y'all done got the gay marriage and the adoption and all the other stuff that y'all wanted, girl, that it should have been done. So y'all chilling and cool. Go enjoy y'all shit. It's the trans people's turn now, because trans people also were implementive in all of our liberation. The fuck is you talking about, Amir?
For instance, I acknowledge a person's agency to make decisions for themselves on any front, whether that is putting that Beyonce tattoo on your body or how you identify and what you want to be called. If I truly believe that a person is at liberty to make those decisions for themselves, then I have to accept that man, my definition of man does not have to be everybody's definition of man.
I think that's how we lose society. Because to a certain degree, we can become too empathetic that it clouds our judgment. And to a certain degree, we all need to agree as a society of what words mean.
But you just said that you represent the side of diverse thought, so it should be easy for you to just be able to click on and be like, okay, cool. For example, I'll give you an example. Hope Giselle, shout out to her, beautiful queen. I hope I get to meet with her, talk to her one day. I would love to smoke a blunt with this bitch and have a conversation, girl. Like, tell me the tea. Anyway, not the tea of the shit, but I feel like me and her have a good ass conversation for hours about this stuff, and I love it. I remember that she was at a panel discussion with T.S. Madison, and at the time, an individual by the name of Jacob Kohiner, who is no longer here. They have a new life, a new redemption, girl, a new birth as the Sweet Spot. Shout out to them. I think that's their YouTube handle. And I forgot the other person. But Hope Giselle said something beautiful. She said, here's the funny part. If my friend just bought a dog and wanted me to come over to see the dog, like, hey, yo, come through the house. I just got a dog. Oh, shit, I'm coming over. Come over to the dog, right? The house. See the dog, the little puppy or whatever. And be like, oh, my God. He's so cute. And the person says, oh, it's not a he, it's a she. They automatically go, oh, my bad. She's cute. What's her name? Easy. 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 Y'all would give more respect to a dog than you would a fucking human being. And no shade, that sound like some white supremacist shit. Because a lot of white people love dogs and animals, girl. Baby, they would sit up here and talk about EBT motherfuckers, girl, but would use their EBT card to feed all the raccoons and the motherfucking animals and lost dogs. Oh my God, I just saw this dog. Dog have 2 legs, 1 eye, half his body gone, girl, and 6 months of them loving on this motherfucker bitch. This bitch back in good health, girl. This bitch got all regenerated, all limbs, got 20/20 vision, bitch. Somehow grew their whole shit, bitch. They got the bottom part of half of their body back, and now the dog can speak. Oh my God, bitch. Dog be sitting there. Rum, 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 rum. Hmm, hmm. Tell dad to get the cat off your lap. Tell him nicely though. The dog be looking. Talking and shit. But you can't offer that to a human being. So again, Amir represents this diverse thought, which again should be able to be like, oh, okay, I understand it. You're trans. This is obviously your lived experience. You have proven that you are trans because, girl, I think for somebody who comes out as trans, I think there's a level of fear there first, because for all of us, I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are some exceptions to the rule. But objectively speaking, as I guess overall, when I found out that I was gay, for real, as far as what society thought about it, because it took me a while to try to find out what it is for myself. Even in my 30s, I'm still learning what that is for me, because I had to unlearn so much of what I've been programmed to believe and society enforced, right? So I think for trans people, and correct me if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a moment of fear like, oh my God, this is my experience? And then on top of that, if you're really trans, unfortunately, there is a level of fear and trauma that you're going to be dealing with because of how society is. For example, I love my sister, Queen Stevie. Her ass be doing her morning walks in a red state, in a very historically known and to this day racist state, and be walking in her truth, pumping in her truth every motherfucking day. And when she do that, I be so happy that she made it home safe and she's able to do all that. Because yes, trans people are targeted, which is why you're joining in on it, which is why I have to say something about it and not stand by. Just like you encourage other people to speak out, right? And to speak what's on your mind. Okay, then cool. Let's speak what's on our mind and see what is objectively true. Because the way that you're operating, Amir, you're missing a lot of the context and nuance. And I really want to believe that you, again, are oblivious, because you did say that you be oblivious a lot of times. I don't know what the hell happened, girl. Maybe you getting dick down good, girl, and you saying, girl, fuck these other hoes, bitch. I got my man. Okay? Maybe that's the case. But outside of your bubble, and when it comes down to the community, that again, not just the black community, but queer community that made it possible for both you, Jay, and myself, and the people in the comment section who are YouTubers, girl, to exist and be. But you somehow are like oblivious to the fact that these people are working overtime to get rid of all that, to challenge all that. Look at what they did with Roe versus Wade. Something that we never thought would have happened. Do you see all those decades of trying to get that done just for motherfuckers to come in within a year and shatter all of that? But yet y'all are the victims. But yet, that's why we say it's systemic, girl, because look at how they can come into the system and dismantle everything and destroy everything, girl, and then blame it on you. But because Amir, I think, is aware of that, is why he aligns himself the way that he does. But since some of his supporters came to my YouTube under my last live and told me that I'm the dumb, stupid one that be talking for 3+ hours about nothing, just to be ranting and raving and not bringing sort of information or context, or again, that diverse thought, which is why I can have these conversations for 3+ hours. And that's not even on YouTube. That's in real life, bitch. Look at my call log. I'm talking to motherfuckers every day. So much to the point to where there are so many other people that want to talk to me, but because of shit going on in my life, I don't have the time to talk to everybody the way I want to, which is why when I do my YouTube lives, I try my best to give y'all good content, because personally, I may not be able to talk to all of y'all in the way that I would want to because of where shit is now, but I will check in this way. Amir just makes his videos, have people send him shit, girl, sit there, react to it, girl, smoke his shit, and then gonna get paid. Yes, you lost out on bags, but you have recouped in other ways. You're almost at 1 million subscribers. And the way that YouTube is changing their shit to where now, instead of a view being counted as watching something for 30 seconds, as soon as the video plays, 1 second equals a view. So we know you about to be paid in the motherfucking shade individually. And that's the crazy part. Charlie Kirk created this Youth Black Leadership Summit to train black people to give back to their community, to honor MLK in such a way to where this nigga is MLK adjacent, bitch. He's an honorary MLK member, girl. No shade. He's worthy to be in videos and AI videos of black people putting Charlie Kirk walking in talking about what's up, man. Like he gets to say the honorary nigga word, girl. We trust him so much that hey, you can say nigga, because we black, we control that. We control who can say that. Baby, let me tell you something about black people. One thing black people is on code about is that nigga word. Now me, I may not pop the fuck off with my fist, because I usually say that for self-defense, because if somebody gonna put their hands on me, girl, you better commit, because I'm gonna lose my mind. And I know that once I find a girl, I'm gonna be very, very regretful because of what the fuck I did to protect myself. You know, just like how black people got 400 plus years of rage pent up in them, that we are hurting each other. No shade. Imagine if we were to heal that shit and put that out defensively. But anyway, I'm gonna get you with my words. I'm gonna read you the fuck down to where you want to put your hands on me. And once you put your hands on me, Your Honor, that's why I do what I do, Your Honor. It was self-defense. All right. Okay, court adjourned. Bitch, out. Out. Let me shut up. Go ahead, Amir. You were saying what, Pippin?
This is not even being hate. I have trans friends. There's nothing hateful to trans friends at all, trans people at all. But there is something to say for if you're going to have a podcast called Dear Black Gay Men, it should be for black gay men.
But here's the gotcha about that, though. To that end. Hold on, I'm just cutting you off. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, it's just that's what I mean. And so when you have Kamala and Joe Biden trying to modify the Civil Rights Act to include gender identity, boom, now you have college freshmen, men, biological men, going in and saying, actually, I want to dorm with the girl. And they're like, but you can't. Like, you can't go in the girl's dorm. Well, why not? If men can be women and women can be men, that makes everything null and void. There's no definitions, there's no meanings. So there's no point of having a girl's dorm because anybody can be a girl and anybody can be a boy. So now you can look it up. We literally have straight men, like regular frat bros going into college saying, I want to be in the girl's dorm. And if you
but
don't
the irony about that.
Hold on. That's funny. Y'all get to believe y'all definition of what y'all believe trans is, but yet y'all sit up here and reject the objective information and lived experience of actual trans people who have a story. Because everybody has a story, and you have to listen to their story in order to receive or get information to verify whatever it is that you think. Just like how we sat here and listened to your story and extracted information as well. And again, you can do the same thing for me. I have nothing to hide. I have a whole mini docu-series called Wonderfully Made where I talk about my childhood growing up in a Christian household being gay. I talk about my life in high school, and I talk about some of my young adult life as well. So again, I'm putting information out there. I'm on my Eminem shit. I'll expose me before you hoes do. Because I'm always control my narrative, bitch, because that's called walking in your truth. But there are ways that you can verify that. Like, for example, when I was on a particular platform, they showed me a video showing this person going into the bathroom. And that person, no shade, looks like a white male, an old white male, an old one. And they sat there and argued me down saying, well, this is trans, this is trans, this is trans. I said, how do we know that it's trans? Because at the end of the day, there are basic signifiers for that. And let's just go with your example. Let's go with your example because, girl, the information about transness is literally there. Y'all the ones afraid of it. But again, y'all have diverse thought. So it should be easy for you. But anyway, let's use your example about those people going into the dorm talking about, okay, well, today I feel like a female. I feel like a woman. Excuse me, I feel like a woman. Okay, you got to prove that, Miss Mamas. And because I watch Hope Giselle, I watch T.S. Madison, I watch Bree Star, I watch Diamond Styles, I watch a whole litany, if that's the word I'm thinking for, if not, charge to my head, not my heart, but a whole group of trans women who, again, think differently, live differently, have different experiences, so they have different objective things, but there still are some baselines in which they can agree in. I also watch individuals like, what's her name? Damn. Ooh, it's pissing me off. She played in Pose, and she does commentary too. I forgot her name. I believe they're non-binary. Angelica Ross, I think that's their name. I also watch them, so there's an understanding. There is understanding all there. you have frat bros talking about I want to sleep with women. I mean, that's basically it. There it is, girl. They want to sleep with women. That's what it is. Well, I feel like a woman today because I want to sleep. No, that's what the perverted people would do. Now, are there some straight men who feel like they found, who are perverts, who have no dick discipline, who are beta simp ass niggas, girl, who have found a loophole into the women's area to where they would project their perverted things and actions onto those people? We can have a conversation about that, because as you will learn later on in this video, depending on part 1 or part 2, again, I cut it at the hour mark, so I don't know what we're gonna get into as far as that particular part. But, and I'm about to lose my thought. It'll come back to me. Let's continue. I already told you I'm gonna lose my thought.
And if you don't accept
but it always comes back.
You're going against the Civil Rights Act. That's crazy.
But I think you are taking a very isolated incident and blasting it out to a very broad.
Oh yes, the whole thing with the frat bros, stuff like that, or whatever. Again, there's information there to help us distinguish who is trans and who is not. There is also information about the intersections they're in. Baby, there has to be a history of that. And on top of that, like he stated, Jay, that's an isolated incident. And because y'all so diverse in thought, y'all are trying to find ways to work together to find, quote unquote, the perfect example that y'all can conflate and that y'all can play up to be like, see, I told you, see. Y'all got all that smoke for opposing men, people who talking about, oh, well, I feel like I'm trans today, girl. But y'all ignoring the motherfuckers in the Epstein files, though. Y'all ignoring the pedophiles in y'all churches, though. And in the family who still gets a plate. Like, what the fuck going on? Are we in such a upside down world right now? Is the microplastics really microplastiking, girl, all through the brains? What is going on? And that's why if I ever have a conversation with him, like, no shade, he might feel a type of way or feel a little bit nervous talking to me because I use colorful language. And I do say the word bitch, but I already told y'all, if y'all fuck with me, I'm gay. Bitch is like it's like the word to me, bitch. And bitch has many different connotations. I don't hate Amir Odom because this nigga ain't hurting me. But I'm talking about his talking points that are being used and trying to get him to become aware of that. And shout out to Jay having a conversation with him, but it's like, girl, if you're really trying to be objective, Amir, you're going to have to start talking to more content creators who are outside your worldview, because you're missing a lot of shit, pimping. And you are being used in a big way to where your platform has a big responsibility in reference to where we are now. Don't sit up here and try to moonwalk now and to wash your motherfucking hands clean of you playing your part with the whole Republican shit with Trump. Because, nigga, if you can sit up here and say that you don't like that man now, and you don't agree with everything that man talks about, and that you are now politically homeless because of how Trump is operating as a Republican, my nigga, we have questions, and we hope that you have real answers. So trying to do your little promo with these other content creators who make it safe and easy for you, that's fine. Amir can talk to them. But when you talking to your, quote-unquote, group of people that you trying to help get to understand from your perspective, we want to talk to Jamal. And I don't even think Jamal showed up in this here, baby. I'm not calling you Amir when we have a conversation. I'm calling you Jamal. That's still a part of your name. That's not your first name, but that's still a part of your name and a part of your identity and a part of the motherfucker that you have showed us that is a part of you. And since that is part of your world, girl, then let him come into the world, into the light, and have conversations with the people. And I'm a cool ass nigga to have a conversation with, especially if you smoke. I'll have your ass laughing at everything. But there will be times where I'm gonna have to try you if we get to that point. Just like I know people will try me once I get to a certain level. And that's okay. Because where I am now, I am grateful to be where I am. Even though it's a slow growth, that's cool. I'm realizing that in the midst of that, I'm preparing myself so that when I do ascend, I can use my platforms and my creative energy and my artistry in a way that is not just productive or conducive or in an overflow state, girl. I'm trying to find different ways to hit different audiences, girl. Basically, overflow, abundance. Excess is not just going to be for me. I want to share that with other people because that is what community is about. And in order for you to really be blessed, and I'm talking about blessed in ways to where you can't explain it sometimes, but you know it just works for you, is that you have to give, which is why I give my time the way that I do. It may not be in the way in which I would prefer. As I continue to grow, I'll be able to show you more of what I want to do. Because I'm going to let y'all know right now, with my edited content, it's going to become very, very dark. And this might be an audience shift too. Because there were plenty of people who subscribed to me because of my commentary to the web reality world being shady over there with TTB and them. And again, shout out to TTB, the king of the web reality review world, girl. No shade. Shout out to the other ones, girl. But that nigga be doing his shit. No shade. That's not me dick sucking. That's me being honest. I'm an objective ass nigga, girl. I could say some shit, but I ain't going to out of respect. But still. But I'm not over there anymore. Maybe I should, because I feel like my commentary will be good because ain't nobody doing the commentary that I would do. The only person that I think that is doing that is YB Entertainment. So shout out to him. Make sure y'all subscribe to him. Dope ass content. Funny as hell. But now I feel like my audience is shifting because we're literally about to go into hell, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not saying that to fearmonger you. We are about to live all the shit that our parents and grandparents that went through. And the gag about this is that this is going to be really crazy because now you got white people who are affected by this. Normally they're not. They are affected by this. And shout out to the white people who understand their privilege and are tapping into humanity because at the end of the day, when shit hits the fans, we're going to see who the real Americans are. When it becomes Far Cry 5 in this bitch, we're going to see who the real Americans are. When it becomes Civil War with Christian dunks, bitch, we're going to see who the real Christians are. Talking about Charlie Kirk, we're going to see who really going to be about the people, including the black peoples. Because it seems like whenever America gets to this point to where it's about to destroy itself, guess who comes to the rescue? Us. And of course, no shade, it would be, of course, and no shade, it would always be us because we built this bitch. Y'all ain't built it. Y'all sat the fuck back and y'all goddamn shade and shit sipped on lemonade with a little bit of Shook Avery P in it. Y'all ain't did nothing but whip and beat and grape and pillage and destroy and lie and steal and rename and renege. And if the niggas are niggas, again, I said they're niggas because they learned from you, daddy. You taught us what a nigga was, daddy. Even though you was beating ass and destroying shit, you don't think the motherfucking child eventually gonna grow up like the daddy bitch and the daddy feels some type of way? Because even after all these damn centuries, they still see their sins in us, bitch. Girl, y'all can hide from racism and queerphobia as much as you want. It's gonna find your ass. But I guess our ego is still so stern and stubborn to where we're not gonna budge. Okay. Well, shout out to the subscribers who stay when shit get dark. Y'all some real ones. For the rest of y'all, may the odds be forever in y'all favor. Because this shit is real. Which is why Amir doing all he can to make sure that him and his make sure him and his with the dog and the Cybertruck in the deep south. They gonna be all right. They gonna live. They gonna survive this shit. They got the coin to get the fuck up out the country if they need to. He already got sponsorships about goddamn shrinking down fucking a full luggage bag of clothes down to nothing, bitch. You can have 20 outfits in that bitch. He getting his survival bugging out shit on, girl, because he gonna be all right. He gonna move on, girl. But if that is the case, you don't get to, quote unquote, speak for the black or the queer community as if though you're the savior or that you have the information, because the people, the 800 plus thousand people that you got growing to 1 million, girl, you think all of them care about black people? Why haven't you, again, going back to the Youth Black Leadership Summit and again helping the black community? Amir, are you out here using your resources to help black communities? I'm sure you're friends with people at Daily Wire. I'm sure you're still friends with PragerU. They're the ones that gave you your stardom. You didn't have to get it from the mud. It was handed to you, shall we say. Right? You can't give us no Prager. I mean, Candace Owens did a whole documentary about George Floyd that somehow vanished, but is on my channel. She sacrificed the last of her edges to be able to give us this and failed. Why can't you? Again, Candace Owens has fallen off. You could take her place. You could be the new head nigga in charge, girl. Why not give us a PragerU exclusive? You got the resources. You got the power, nigga. You got the stuff. You connected to Blair White and the normal gays and everybody else. You in the room with the Republican motherfuckers, girl, because y'all told us you and Blair White when y'all sat down. When y'all was talking to us and telling us how on the Republican side, girl, when it come down to the money department, girl, that's where the real homosexuals at, girl, the ones with the coin, bitch. Like, where the Christian men at and the pastors and shit, all over there. Like, y'all can't dip in that shit and say, hey, I got an idea. Let's shut these faggots up forever, to where now there'll be no choice for them to be in the closet, and then we can get fucked by them. Because that's what I also feel like it is. I feel like y'all feel some type of way about gay people, queer people walking in their truth, and you have to reduce your life down to being fucked in the dark. You want certain niggas to come with you in the dark. And baby, if we going back into the closet, bitch, it's gonna be Fight Club in that bitch. Fucking. Ain't gonna be none of that. It's gonna be straight Mortal Kombat time. It's gonna be straight Street Fighter in this bitch. If we are being forced back into the closet, bitch, it's gonna be a motherfucking spring cleaning in that motherfucker, girl. We gonna be swinging in the dark like a jackass motherfucking prank. Hi, I'm Steve-O from Jackass. Let's see who kicks someone's ass while we're inside the dark. Oh, it's gonna be done. And I'm glad he liked penis, because I like ass, girl. I want my ass to come with a penis. No shade again, like I said. I could possibly be attracted to a trans man who don't want no surgery, girl. And when I say girl, I ain't talking about girl in that. I'm gay, girl. I say girl a lot. No shade. Understand the context. Now, no shade. I may have to. If you a damn trans man like to get some head, girl, I have to figure that out. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I'm gonna have to work that out in my mind. You're gonna have to give me grace and mercy, because I will try. And let me find out, Prager, you be watching shit talking about, I got it now. If you want to be gay, that's fine, but get with a trans man. That's the closest gay relationship that we will honor, because at least children will come out of that. That's gray area. That's gray area. That's gray area right there, y'all. Because again, I may be I don't know. But that's the thing with Amir. He can sit and stand and be connected to set rules. If you like penis, nigga, that's cool. I'm glad there are people who like penis. Because I don't like penis like that. I've tried it. If my first love is watching, because he be watching, girl. That's the only nigga that I have sacrificed myself in that way. And for some reason, the Lord, God, source, consciousness, universe always be sending me niggas who are part horse. And I don't know if they get that from their mama or their daddy side, but whatever side it is, I don't want it. And because I'm short and I got a nice build to me, you know, short people always got donks. They be telling me that they bottom, girl, but they be looking at me and then their voice start getting deep and shit. They be like, damn, that ass. And they slap me on my ass. They be like, no. But that's the only person that got me like that, girl. That's why I appreciate bottoms, girl. If you a bottom, I love you. Baby, if you fuck with BubzDaGawd, girl, you gonna be taken care of, baby. I can sit here and wait while you do your process. I can multitask, girl. I'll probably be looking at some shit, girl. I'm gonna make sure you get your shit first, girl. I can always get mine. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. And no shade, if I'm sitting here doing shit with a motherfucker, trust me, I'm still using it in a spiritual way to manifest some stuff, girl. Yeah, you fine, girl, but you also a part of my plan of what I want to manifest. So I'm smart with my sexual energy. No shade. I'm gonna rub your booty afterwards, girl. And do you want something from DoorDash? That's how I am. You have to feed them. They sacrifice their bodies. And because I have done this before, multiple times, girl, they got me speaking in a different accent, girl. My eyebrows is burning right now. Because I went through it and survived. Because again, you got to like that. I know the views are dropping, girls. I'm talking about gay shit, but I'm about to leave. I'm about to get back on topic, but it's my shit. It's my shit. Welcome to BubzDaGawd Live. Okay, this BubzReactz, and I talk about all type of shit, girl. No shade. But girl, no, I can't. Maybe 10, 15 years down the line, if I'm with a motherfucker that long and I love them, we'll be trying some shit. Okay, possibly. But no. Where I am now, baby, I'm making up for lost time, baby. I'm a person that don't have casual encounters. Because I like real shit. I'm also a demisexual. So you got to get me in here and in here for me to be turned on down here. I don't give a fuck how fine you are, how fat your ass is. That's cool, bitch. I'm going to go on Gay Male Tube tonight and find someone who looks just like you. The universe always puts a doppelganger in there somewhere. How many bookmarks I got of motherfuckers that I low-key be thinking about that be fine as hell in my head. That I be seeing on social media. I be like, girl, I found your doppelganger. I ain't got to fuck you, bitch. The universe is so powerful, it would give me another one that looked just like you. Okay, let me go back. I'm sorry. Let's continue because the view's going down.
Culture, but I think it matters, but not for the reasons that you're saying it matters. For instance, I believe that when I say dear Black gay men, my father is from Kenya, my mother is from South Georgia. Black to me includes immigrants because my dad is an immigrant. Okay. Black to me includes people who are multiracial. Yeah. Black to me includes people who have a different definition of black. Like, they have different qualities of black than I do. I can't then say that you are not black because your daddy white.
I agree.
But to the same end, I can't say that you are not a man because whatever. I wasn't there when you were born. I don't know what was assigned. I don't know. I wasn't there when you were born.
I think there's some nuance to that because if gay doesn't mean anything, what's the point of the word?
It's not that it doesn't mean anything. It's just that it can mean many things. Why? That is the difference. And you just said that you would prefer to sit in a room with several people thinking several things. So then why can we not have two different definitions of gay?
Because you can't even talk if you don't have definitions. Like, I'm down for people thinking differently, but you can't have a fruitful conversation if you can't even have a middle ground of like, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does it mean? We walk through the door. We know what the door is. Like, if we're saying, oh, that's a gay man, we should know what a gay man is. Like,
but again, there are different type of gay men because you're tired of the feminine gay men being the ones that are stereotyped, right? When there are also masculine gay men, correct? And let's talk about that door. What type of door is that? There are different types of doors, different heights, different wood. Is it a cheap door? Is it a good door? Is it walnut? Is it oak? What type of door is this? Did you get this from Lowe's? Did you get this from Home Depot? Did you order this from Amazon? Did you get it from Consuelos, Cosdeso, Carrazos, down the street, girl? Where did you get this door from? How much did the door cost? If all doors are the same, then why aren't the prices all the same? The prices are going to be different based on the door and the size of the door, Miss Mamas. What doorknob do we have? Does it have a lock on it? If it does, is it a key lock? Is it a twist lock? Does it have 2 locks on it? Is it capable to have 8 locks? Can I have a digital lock that has a thumb thing on it to open? There are so many different things. Again, that diverse way of thinking, that's how the Republican should be, like I'm doing right now. See how diverse I am with the thought about the doors? This is Jamal. Oh my God.
I don't think it's far.
Friend. But I think the irony of that is you and I have 2 very different definitions of Charlie Kirk, but we are still here having a informed conversation about it.
Right.
I'm not going to convince you of much in this, and I don't think you're going to convince me of much.
I think you are.
But I would say that if, for instance, your premise is on the right, that it is a diversity of thought, then why are words excluded from that diversity? Why can we not have two different and equally valid definitions of words?
If we're just for an example, if we're going to talk about gay, I think it's ridiculous now that it's slowly rising. So, for example, what you just said, you're talking about a small group of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what people were saying in 2016 about pronouns and stuff, and now it's everywhere.
It is everywhere.
Yeah, and right, it's everywhere now, but that wasn't the case back then. So, for right now, if we're going to talk about being gay,
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like it's a biological man that likes a biological man. I don't know why that's seen as we need to have that basis. Like, I don't know why that's controversial. I don't know why that's a disagreement. If we're gonna say words have meaning, I mean, make up a new word for them. That's fine. I'm not against like people being pansexual or whatever. Like, but words have
No. When somebody talked about something known as berry sexual, hi y'all, I'm a berry and it's berry sexual. You was all like, you was very much like, ugh, nasty the fuck. That's what it gave. You upset. Oh, this shit pisses me off. It's this and this and this and this. And what Jay is trying to get you to understand is that that is okay if you believe that for you. And Amir, you got a husband that we ain't never seen, but you got a husband. Why are you even having this conversation? Let the other single gay motherfuckers come and talk so they can talk about you got what you wanted. Again, that does not change your experience of gay for you. And to Jay's point, who are you to dictate that that situation is for everybody? Oh, but that's just how it was. That's just how it was. Okay, well, I mean, that same mindset could be applied to how they thought the same thing about gay people, that gay people have no choice but to be straight, or if they don't, there are reprobates. They are actively being rebellious. They're actively walking in sin, since this is a quote-unquote Christian nation, and the wages of sin is what? Ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between and outside of it. Hello? See, that's why it's like, girl, and shout out to CTV. Since these people want to quote-unquote debate and not have conversations, girl, let them have it in that way. Because if I have a conversation or a debate with Amir Odom, I'm still going to respect him, but I'm not going to let him get away with certain things that easily. No, we're going to deal with these things because you claim to be a place of information. And if you don't know what you're talking about, you're talking to somebody who knows more than you do. I could help you out to make you more objective so that when you start going out into the world, you start making more friends as opposed to enemies when they find out who you are. Just like how your commentary is going to be used against the queer people once people find out who they are. Which is why, again, to your point, you were saying I can understand why some people stay in the closet. Okay, girl, which one is it? You got to make a choice in reference to this whole situation. Somebody else said in my comment section about, well, somebody else got opinions. I mean, y'all have y'all opinions, but when someone has a different opinion than yours, then it's da-da-da. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care. Again, coming from a bitch who didn't even watch the entire fucking live, and you telling me about communication, hoe? I'm the one that's doing these long-ass lives the entire time. The fuck is you talking about? That's what I'm saying. Like, in this point, if you don't know what you're talking about, bitch, we gonna verify and see. Ask you all type of questions. And if you don't know, then you educate. And you have to further that education. Not just I got you. I got a gotcha moment that's going to go viral. No, bitch. Continue the education afterwards. That person should be coming to you with all type of questions. Let's continue. Come back to my platform and let's continue the conversation. That's what I would do. We live in a world, unfortunately, where the views and the clicks and the money is more important than integrity in reference to helping humanity, girl. Y'all do all this shit for money, girl, and the money buy the services when you can literally touch the hearts of the people who have the services that you want, and because you give unto them in such a way, they feel compelled to help you. You see how you work smarter instead of harder? Because Amir working hard to prove that he knows what he's talking about. And then when I feel some type of way when people critique him, and you're critiquing all these other people, and I feel like I'm the one that is being the most consistent out of everybody. when it comes down to their commentary. I don't know anybody else, again, to my knowledge, that is consistently doing commentary on them. And if you know them, please send them my way, because I'm also in my collaboration bag. And I'm ready to collaborate with other creators. So if you know other people who have been given commentary that is consistent on Amir Odom and his perspectives, not no hating ass nigga, but a motherfucker that's challenging that perspective, girl, but also knows how to educate and be entertaining, girl, send them my way. Because I'm down to make shit work. Anyway, let's continue.
Meaning, and it's ridiculous that now there's rising factions of trans people calling gay people transphobic. Because gay men are not wanting to get with a trans man because they have a vagina. When the whole reason I'm gay is because I like penis.
But,
So it's
but
like-
here's the gotcha. The whole reason you are gay is because you like penis. That is not the reason I'm gay.
That's crazy.
How is that crazy? I like, there are more, for me, my sexuality, the reason I use the term gay is not because I like what's between your legs. It's because I like who you are. And as long as that is a man, I am attracted to you. But also, when we talk about, again, diversity of thought, I acknowledge that your definition of gay could be penis to penis, butt and all the things, and that is how you define it. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is the assertion that your definition of gay has to now be everybody's definition of gay.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
just
you.
what it is. I mean, if we're thinking about, I mean, I didn't want to get
Come
lewd.
on,
but
come on,
like,
come
if
on,
we're
diverse
talking-
thought. Come on, diverse thought.
Never mind.
I did
Come
want
on,
to get
diverse
lewd,
thought.
but I love your podcast.
Thank you.
I love it. And you were discussing an event during Pride. And
You don't want to get lewd because you're conservative. I'll talk about it, but go ahead.
No, I just want to, like, we're just talking about a serious conversation, like someone's death. So you were talking about, the nude part, whatever it was.
Yes.
I went to the Instagram, and in the bio, it literally says no trans, no women.
Right.
You know what that means.
Yes.
Because they have the
They
words
want
have
cis
meaning.
men.
What's wrong with, but we know, you get what I'm saying? Like, we know what that.
But girl, you the only one that got a problem with it, girl. They don't, girl. And no shade, let's continue with the cis men, the dick on dick and the dick on the booty, girl. Let's talk about it. There are plenty of profiles that also says no fats, no femmes. There's also profiles that says no blacks or no Asians. There are some people who have said, girl, if you under a certain height, I want to talk to you. I literally had Ron Vugada. Again, shout out to him. No hate to him, girl, but it's just a story. When I was, having conversations with him and we had our first quote unquote debate or whatever, he told me that because my ass is 5'2", I'm not a real man. I'm basically a bitch. Is what he told me. Just for after our live debate discussion or whatever, and us talking for a while and then reconnecting with him again, girl, come to find out he loves short kings now. How, bitch? You love short kings now? You love you a short king, but you just, do you see that, girl, when you interact with people who know what the fuck they're talking about? So again, these now are down to what is known as preferences. You have a right to you have a preference. There are plenty of people that I'm pretty sure if Amir was on these platforms, was on these apps and he was single, I'm pretty sure there would be plenty of people that he would swipe left on. I think left is to reject, ain't it? I don't know which one is left or right because I don't be on that shit. But there are plenty of gay men that swipe left or right or whatever it is to reject them. I don't like that. I don't like that. You know you can do that too. And despite Amir talking about, well, I don't want a trans man, there literally was a fine ass, when I was on Grindr, there was this fine ass trans man. And again, I like androgyny a little bit too. That's one of my things. So there's certain things that I like. Again, I'm diverse in some of my attractions. Not all the way, but it's growing or whatever. Fine as hell. Had this red hair and shit. Fine. Had a nice body. All that type of shit. And in their bio, they're just saying, I'm looking for a meaningful connection. I'm tired of y'all always trying to fuck me. So you even have gay men that's willing to fuck a trans man. There are gay men that have got drunk and have had sex with females. There are straight men that have had sex with females, trans women, for a lot of men, unfortunately, because of how sexual we've been conditioned to be, for some niggas, a hole is a hole. And with the right circumstance, they will look at it that way, unfortunately, because a lot of men don't have dick discipline. But to Jay's point, since you claim that you are connected to the group of people who have diversity in thought, then why is it difficult for you to understand that since the left are the dumb, ignorant democrats who just care about identity and not thought, but y'all do? And again, this is Jamal. This is Jamal.
It means
y'all.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes, but that is a party. It's different talking about a
I'm letting them
door
cook.
or
I'm
an
letting them cook
inanimate
for a minute.
object
of my
than it is
ability.
talking about a person. And all I assert is every person, including you, should have the opportunity and the right to define themselves, their own terminology on a level that feels like home. And if, for instance, gay means something for you, then that's great. I only have a problem, and again, outsider looking in, the only reason why I have issue on the right is because it feels as if at the end of a conversation, yeah, we might start disagreeing, but at the end of it, we all need to define this thing the same way.
Yeah.
And that doesn't exist on the left, in my experience. We don't mind you being a man, and that means you were born this, you were this, and now you are this, and then you use the term
That's
man.
why I think people are losing the left. There's this mass exodus of people leaving the left. There's this mass. You see that there's this graph that shows the left getting more left and more left and more left. Like it's.
And I would wager the right is getting more right and more right. Like Mitt Romney and Donald Trump ain't the same kind of Republican.
Right.
George H.W., them ain't the same kind of Republicans as DJT.
I agree.
And I would say that while I can acknowledge to anybody, the left may get more left or more diverse or whatever word the left uses for the left, the right has gotten crazy.
I disagree. I don't see how the right's been crazy. I genuinely don't, because I think it's crazy that I can be called transphobic for not wanting to be with someone who has a vagina.
I agree. That is not transphobic
That's
to me.
Wild to me. And that's what the right is saying. And I feel like most of the right is wanting just common sense back. We want common sense.
You want common sense. But common sense ain't all that common. My mama told me that when I was little.
But I'm not talking like extremes.
I think you are talking extremes.
Is it extreme to say that a man has a penis?
It is no, your assertion is not extreme. You can believe a man has a penis, and I affirm that for you. My only contention is when people take their personal definition for things and try to litigate and govern it on a level where we all got to think the same thing. That don't make no sense to me.
I think a middle ground, really, because I'm all for you a grown adult, do whatever the hell you want to do.
Okay.
I'm all for that. I don't want any restrictions on adults doing whatever they want to do. What I want is a common sense, like we live in America, we live in this country, we have a common set of social cues, social rules, ideas, definitions. I want that back. I don't want to, for example, I'm married, but I'm not in this situation right now, but I don't want to go on a grinder and have to filter through penis and vagina. If for me, I'm thinking, okay, just create another app for that. Or like, I guess now I haven't been on it. Maybe there's filters.
You know,
whatever.
the irony is, to a degree, I agree with you.
I just want to know what to expect.
Now, Jay, I'm gonna have to clock you a little bit. I understand you say you agree with him. I wish you would expound on that. I don't think you are. But again, it goes back to the fact of, oh, girl. Again, those apps give you the option to swipe left or right. There are going to be people on those apps that you prefer not to deal with, that you don't think is cute, that you don't think is worth your time. That is fine. But none of you motherfuckers came up with this app. Therefore, y'all don't get to dictate who is on the fucking app. Because when we didn't have gay shit but straight shit, y'all homosexuals tried to find a way to find y'all shit on the straight shit. No shade. So it's kind of like a girl. There is no one human being that owns all of reality. Point blank, period. The only reality that you own is your own. What the fuck?
I want to know what to expect. And I don't think knowing what to expect should alienate anybody or should restrict anybody. Do what you want to do as an adult. I'm all in favor of that. I don't want to restrict anybody of nothing. But I think there should be terms for it and a set common idea of, okay, you do that or you someone that. I think that's why there's all these different sexualities. Like, oh, you're someone that's cool with penis or vagina, but you want a masculine person. Boom, you're that sexuality. Cool. I don't care about those terms, but I just want to know if we agree on what a thing is.
Wait, you don't care about those terms, but you just said those terms is what explains it. And again, you representing diverse thought should mean that you should accept those terms. Diverse thought. Do we need to look up the definition of diverse? One moment. Since words mean things. Diverse is an adjective that means showing a great deal of what? Variety. It describes a group or set made up of people or things that are very different from each other, or things that are distinct and unlike in kind or character. For example, when it comes down to the whole trans situation and woman situation to y'all, trans women are not females. We know what the biological sex is, but when we talk about the gender, which is the social construct and all the cues and shit that come along with it and expectations, they body that in such a way to where niggas that are straight can share the same sentiments as Amir of like, we just want to motherfucking know. And the gag is that once a lot of y'all find out, some of y'all still want to get down with the get down. They will never experience a period, the shedding of the uterus. They will not experience cramps, which is a part of the monthly cycle. They are never ever going to give birth organically in the way that a female will. They'll never be able to lactate breast milk in the way that females will. But the same thing that a female goes through in reference to birth, I don't know about cramps, but birth and feeding their young, a fucking female cow can do the same thing. A female horse, a female donkey, a goat. Females are going to do something that trans women organically are not going to be able to do. And plenty of trans women say that's fine and that's okay because that is something that is uniquely yours that they would never be able to have. And they're okay with it. But as far as the way they show up socially, with the way that society has created this narrative around women as something to be used as a fucking object to cook and clean and wash everything, smile and grin, hand your man a pen so he can write that check, paying all of your bills. Because you're going to be barefoot and pregnant at the house, still rubbing on that booty, talking about, whoa, 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 how does that feel? That's what your origin is. And if you learn and study to show thyself approved, you will understand that wives were created as property. And the things that a man could do to you in those days and still pay to have you as his wife. But let's go back to the diverse thought that Amir is so brilliantly. And baby, if you go to that comment section, you got motherfuckers in the comments. Amir roasted him on this one. Amir got him so many times on this one. I don't think the other guy knew what he was talking about. It's like, girl, these are coming from hoes who don't even watch the full shit either, girl. They don't watch the full shit either, girl. They're not objective either, girl. They're going to defend their fucking champion to the death of them, girl. Because they already fucked up with Candace Owens. Brandon Tatum barely holding on. And this nigga already getting fucking shook in the middle of the night, girl, with night sweats and tears and shit, because he know that his ass is possibly next. Because now you're gonna have to really objectively prove this. And you may not talk to me, but BubzDaGawd gonna make sure to talk about your talking points. And again, I welcome other people to use my commentary as well. If you want to defend your champion and use my commentary, please do. The only thing that I ask is that you at me at it and that you educate me. Fuck it, just a gotcha. Don't make it just a gotcha moment, girl. Make it a gotcha experience that leaves a nigga shook afterwards. That has an after effect. Do that. And I'm talking about with your words and your intellect. I know doing stupid shit like doxing people, or what's that shit when they call the police or the SWAT on your ass, swat you. I know that may feel like moments of victory, girl, but everything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. And trust me, this regime is planning to use all of what I'm saying against me. When they finally get in control they want to, girl, yeah, it's going ICE having all this shit, girl, but that's okay. At least Amir will possibly be somewhere else, girl, alive for the time being, girl, because what's happening in America is getting ready to happen around the world, girl. This is the preparation for the new world order. And I wonder how Amir is going to feel once the shit hits the fan and he realizes that because of his ignorance and his fears and some of his own brokenness and pain that he hasn't healed, but yet these other groups of people have been able to manipulate and put a rein on his ass like he fucking Rudolph the red-nosed nigga, girl, and flying him around, dropping off bombs over Baghdad and Chirac and shit with his talking points. I wonder how it's going to feel, girl, when the realization of that actually hits. And again, if I'm wrong, if the objective proof comes out that I am wrong, I promise you, I'm a man of my word. I will delete all of my Amir Odom videos, girl, and I will be Amir Odom 2.0. If he can prove to me in such a way that his perspective is the right way or the way that we should follow, again, I'm objective. All I do is hang around objective motherfuckers, girl. It hurts your feelings sometimes. It triggers your ego sometimes, girl. But I'd rather be around the motherfuckers who are objective than motherfuckers who are yes men. Let's continue with this amazing logic.
That's all I want.
But what if the dictionary that you're talking about, what if the dictionary of all these terms is a lot more diverse than your political ideology would allow?
Hello.
What if?
Ooh, good question.
I don't know what that means.
Like Charlie Kirk, and we can get to a whole bunch of videos, but Charlie Kirk said, I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Yeah. We disagreed on that.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can disagree on that.
Most blacks feel that way.
But the gotcha is, if, for instance, we are governing from that position, it could be that, yes, we can have one dictionary of terms. It's just there's going to be a whole bunch more terms than people on your side of the political aisle are comfortable with.
Yeah.
Like, there are many conservatives who do not like the idea of trans anything.
Hello.
And I think they crazy as hell, too.
Right. And there's a lot of people on the left that think, yeah, a 12-year-old can get a double mastectomy. I think that's crazy. There's always middle grounds, and there are always crazy people on both sides.
But again, the difference is,
no shade there is, but why ain't you giving commentary that shows that you middle, especially since you are now politically homeless by way of your ignorant ass supporters? Who knows, they might be bots. Either way, they both sound the same. Can't tell the difference. So let's have conversations about the gray area. Let's talk about it. Because again, yes, we watched detransition. Again, you can check my live out where we watched PragerU's detransition. What happened to those individuals were horrible. And I think that the doctors and the practices in which they have should be investigated on a federal level. And those individuals need to be held accountable, and they need to pay restitution back to those people that they harmed. Because just because you're a doctor does not mean that you are going to uphold the Hippocratic Oath, if I'm not mistaken, that's what it's called. There are plenty of people who are doctors, lawyers, all these things in these professions, not really there to help people, but are there to make the money. So for the ones who are making money over people's health, over people's well-being, and the advancement or the enhancement in reference to their quality of life, yes, hold them hoes accountable. Tell us who they are and their names. Show us what they're doing. Hell, BubzDaGawd will start doing lives on them motherfuckers. But again, if you are representing expansive, diverse thought, then again, you would then have to honor the trans people and the trans youth to where it is enhancing their life. Like on the video that you showed us years ago when you were going inside the most craziest, radical, extreme pride event, and you sat up there and was talking to queer people. First of all, anybody whip your ass? Anybody smack the shit out of you? Again, your bodyguard basically got paid time off. Shout out to him, bitch. And then on top of that, you sit up there and talk to somebody who literally said that they know somebody who, because of gender affirming care, which also includes social transition, which we'll get to later on, which I do agree with Amir on that, but he don't want to explore that or whatever, basically stated that because of this gender affirming care, their friend who was ready to take their life, just like you were at a moment where you were ready to take your life, just like I was at a moment where I was ready to take my life, and countless other people were at those moments, because of the gender affirming care, again, the social transitioning, the social awareness, the social empathy for these people, that person is still here and is doing well. You will disregard all that because what about those people? We can talk about those people. Again, here is Jay, who, even though he is not politically aligned with Democrats, I don't really fuck with Democrats. If the choice is just Republican or Democrat and y'all playing games, then we're forced to choose. I would choose the lesser of the two evils, but goddamn it, can we get rid of the evil? That's why a third party should be created. Okay, let's continue.
Is your side of this conversation is saying, now I want to govern and say that everybody now, because this case happened where someone got gender affirming care and they wanted to reverse it, because that is now our example. Now no one can have gender affirming care.
I completely agree. I think if you're an adult, do what you want to do. But if a 14-year-old girl cannot smoke, cannot drink, cannot vote, cannot drive because they are a minor, can't even consent to.
That still don't stop some of them from doing just that. The voting part, yes. But as far as the driving underage, plenty of people do it. As far as the drinking underage and smoking underage, plenty of people do it. My ass a late bloomer. I didn't start drinking and smoking until I was in my 20s. It was when in my 30s when I started really smoking weed the way that I do. So again, just because it's put in a law does not mean people are going to follow that law. The hell?
Have sex with an adult because they are a minor. Why should we allow them to consent to change their sex? They can't consent.
But that's not how it happens, Amir. The conversation about gender affirming care is a conversation between a family and a medical professional. How then can politics get in the middle of that and have and litigate and govern that every single situation where a trans youth exists looks like this one person that could want to reverse it?
Okay.
All I am saying is I am not trans. I was born a male. I am a man now.
Can I ask you a question?
I do not know what the process would look like for a person wanting to transition, and the people that do know are not in Congress.
If your neighbor, day in and day out, is beating their child, beating,
yes,
welts, blood, bruises, the kid is asking for help, and the parent is saying, I'm parenting my child.
Right.
You are in your legal route to snitch and have CPS take the children because that children's in danger. Do you think that's
I
fine?
can have CPS check on them kids, but I cannot say what the outcome of that check is. If I am going to be the whistleblower, I'm not saying CPS go get that kid. I'm saying CPS, hey, somebody's being abused.
Hold on, let's use your example. Okay, you used it before plenty of times, girl, like it was something. Girl, you sat up here talking about, oh, well, if I catch my neighbor beating the brakes off of my child, I mean, like, damn near slave beating, girl. Like, at this point, I'm watching the scene of Roots, bitch. This bitch getting beat with belts, motherfucking kendo sticks, broomsticks, iron boards, bitch. Even with the iron board, where you been, Penny? Called Thelma and all them. They told me you didn't know where the hell you was at. I'm not even making sense. They told me that you didn't know where you was at. I'm surprised I ain't burned myself and burnt a hole in this damn shirt right now because I've been ironing the same fucking spot Just trying to get this bitch as hot as hell, because, baby, you about to meet this mother. You know what the difference between that and your trans example is as far as trans youth? The parent is beating the child's ass. The child didn't ask to get his ass beat. The parent is beating the child, and you have objective proof. You see the parent punching the child in the face, in the stomach, all of these horrible things that no child should experience. And shit, the way the CPS system is set up, they may not get to it till it's too late. Remember that Gabriel boy who was getting beat every motherfucking day and came to school with a smile still and lost his life? I would think the right thing to do is not just call the police, but to make sure that that child does not die. Then I think you should assert yourself in such a way to where you break up in that bitch and beat their ass to save the child's life. I'm sure the law enforcement will forgive you for that. Because again, it's about protecting the children. You have the time to protect the children. That's objective proof. When it came down to the trans thing, it was led by the child because the child is saying this. Now, to Amir's point, if I had a child and they were trans, no shade, there will be no medical or surgical intervention going on until we have more information about what's going on, or unless it's a very extreme situation. And if you provide me as your parent an extreme situation to where you need this or it's death, whatever happens after that, you will learn the concept of accountability at a young age, because you can't put it on me. It is what you wanted. This is what you got. And now you have to live with it. Welcome to life, baby. I wish as your father, I could change that for you. But damn it, there are certain laws of the universe that I can't change, baby. The law of cause and effect, the law of consequence. Every action comes with a consequence, Miss Mamas. But to prevent that, if Amir was in his diverse thought and diverse bag like he claims that he's in, then guess what? He would have been able to say, well, you know what? I'm not with medical or surgical transitioning, but just like BubzDaGawd agreed with me on, we can do social transitioning. Social, Jay, for you and your audience that does not understand that, my audience does, because, you know, I educate my audience, Jay, you know, because on the podcast, we have the real honest conversations from many different perspectives, and also are willing to be critiqued and learned as well to become better human beings. Yes, we learned on my platform. Okay, and I'm about to lose my damn thought. I told y'all on BubzDaGawd I lose my thought a little bit. Let me hear a little bit of it again. I'm gonna get it back.
Do you think the parents should have the right to be there?
Oh, yes. Yes. As far as trans youth, instead of the surgical or medical route, social transitioning is the best thing. Why do you guys ask? I'm glad you asked, because now it's time for me to educate. With social transitioning, first of all, it can start in the home. Like, yes, we understand the parents are going to be scared, because at the end of the day, if your child is trans, to a lot of people, because they're ignorant, that's just an evolutionary step in faggotry. That's all it is. Your child has just reached another level. But if you love your child, because being a parent is a job, it is something that you do all the time. No shade. Y'all talk about God being a father. You think God proud of you hoes all the time? Hell no, but still love you, right? Still be there for you, right? Okay, then. You can create a safe space for your child there. In this house, we, as your first experience of the world, your safe haven, right? Your humble abode, if you will. The first safe space, the first safe space. There we go. The first safe space for a child. Okay, we're going to work on the pronouns. As your dad, I'm going to make mistakes. I also had this social conditioning that because I had this sex, that I was already preparing myself for this world for you. And that world for you was also projected through my own insecurities, my own fears that maybe you can motherfucking do that I can't, which that should be the goal. You should want your child to always do better than you, but you don't get to control their identity, because when you die, they still have to be. They don't die with you. But I'm willing to unlearn that with you, because I understand that children are an expression of some of the parts of myself that I need to heal to be a better human being. Because we both humans in this bitch. And like it says, parents, once an adult and twice a child. So you might want to be nice to these kids, because when your ass get old and need help, then the choice of whether your ass lives with us or go to a place where they're really gonna take care of you and love you is gonna happen, or whether we gonna motherfucking throw your ass in Shady Pine and hope to take your ass back to pasture with a shotgun. Okay? So you might want to be nice. But since I understand that before that happens, because of my diverse thought, I'm still going to do what I can to be able to deal with my own fears and to go down this path with you. But we're setting boundaries. We're doing social transitioning for some years, because you have to understand what you're getting yourself into. I'm going to educate myself about trans people's experiences. I'm going to watch T.S. Madison, Hope Giselle, Bree Star, aka Fairy Puss. I'm going to watch Diamond Styles. I'm even going to learn more about the intersections of that, even non-gender conforming. Like, I'm going to open myself up to different people's experiences. So whatever fear that I got going on, I'm going to talk to the people who live those experiences. And guess what? Some of those people, like myself, have parents who went and survived the same thing that some of you hoe ass niggas are afraid to go through. Survived and became better of it. Look at Mother Mary. I love Mother Mary, especially when she be shady. That one episode when she was with her daughter and she was sitting there talking about some, I will still beat you. Don't you try me. I'll still beat your ass too. That shit got me dying the way she said it. But look at her journey as far as loving her child the way that God loves her. See how that works? We're gonna work on the pronouns. Daddy gonna make mistakes, but I'm gonna work to where if I make a mistake, I'll catch myself. I'm sorry. I meant I would say it 3 times, like Dr. Umar. She. Okay, I'm sorry. I would get to that point. I would educate myself about people's experiences. As you go through your social transition, once we get to a safe space, and as your parent, we put your ass in some sort of self-defense class. You're gonna be in karate for the basic foundation. After that, baby, because your dad got diversive thought, baby, you gonna learn all type of shit. Jeet Kune Do, bitch. I want Krav Maga or whatever it's called, Mava. Bitch, Muay Thai boxing, bitch. Boxing, girl. Bitch, some Hapkido, girl. We gonna put all, bitch. When you go out into this world, I don't give a fuck what other motherfucking hoes think, girl. They may run up on you and think that you might be a lick or might be easy, girl. I want you to traumatize them niggas, bitch. I want you to survive the encounter, girl. And we're going to start this shit as children, girl, because we know that children are extensions of their parents, and some parents are assholes. Everyone has one, and some people don't even wipe because that's some gay shit. So I'm going to make sure that my child is set so that once your child oversteps their boundary from verbal to physical, and not just on my child, but anybody else's child, my child is going to be a model citizen in reference to what community should be, not defending themselves, but defending other people. And once my child, regardless of who they express themselves to be, gets done beating the shit out your child with a book like John Wick in this bitch, then me and my husband and you whoever you with, we can have the adult conversation. The fuck is you talking about? Then if they go out into the world, okay, and they're confident in themselves, whole ass niggas talking, they find the leader of the group and beat the bricks off his ass to the point to where this nigga trying to fuck my child on the low. And I'm gonna tell my child, bitch, if you gonna sit up here and do some shit, you better top him, bitch. If you a trans woman and you still got your piece, you better remind him, bitch, who the fuck, you more of a man than he is, bitch, and more of the woman he will ever get, bitch, and you are the best thing, girl. Turn him out, girl. Make him push out, girl, without consent, girl. Let the body reject itself in pleasure. Again, I'm learning different things. And then when you are 16, 17 years old, or maybe even 14, 15, and you have decided this entire time that this is your path, because if you really ain't trans, you have a perfect opportunity in a window to figure that shit out. If the social pressure is too much for you, if you find out that this is just a phase or a fad that you were following, guess what? This is perfect, because now you haven't done any sort of irreversible stuff to you. You still have your original quote unquote anatomy. Nothing has happened, girl, because the wig was taken off. The makeup is taken off. The fucking clothes is taken off. The accessories is taken off. The shoes is taken off. The perfume is taken off, girl. All that stuff is gone, and you can walk in your truth. But there are some people who are going to walk in that truth and evolve in that truth, so that when you are 16 years old, then maybe we can talk about the whole medical intervention. And then when you are 18 years old and you are technically an adult, you can do, like Amir said, what the fuck you want to do. Because I love you and you are my child. As long as you ain't out here harming yourself or other people, and you ain't on some Jeffrey Dahmer shit, girl. And even if you are, girl, I'll come visit you. I'm still gonna write you and tell you that I love you. You gonna have to sit in that jail though. I love you, girl, but I'll put some shit on your motherfucking books. It's gonna take more than that for me to not love my child, girl. I'm like my mom, girl. I would love my child no matter what. I don't give a fuck what society said, bitch. Y'all hoes wasn't there when she had me. And I'm so motherfucking gay, I didn't even come out the damn coochie. I came out the stomach. Came out the stomach just to be putting something else in somebody else's stomach. Ikaro Shande Ishkatai. Let me shut up, girl. But you see, Amir didn't do that. Let's listen to what Amir's expansive thought is.
Your children. Not a whooping, not a spanking, not us getting switches back in the 90s. I'm talking beat, like child abuse. Do you think that's
I do not
okay?
believe any person has the right to abuse any other person, especially a child.
So, we're getting there. I think we're getting to some middle ground.
What you're trying to get me to characterize is gender affirming care is abuse, and I'm never going to get
What's
there.
gender? Okay, how about this? What's gender affirming care to you? Because I will be fine. Because I know for some people, gender affirming care is just socially transitioning. Fine, I'm fine with that. The only thing I'm against
Talk more
is
about that.
medically transitioning a child.
Talk
Do you
more
have
about
kids?
that.
It doesn't matter.
Talk more
Why
about
not?
that.
Because I can acknowledge if I'm seeing somebody beat their child,
Girl, my munchie's finna kick in.
I know
I'll
that
be right
something
back. I'm
is
letting cook
bad.
real quick.
We all know the difference between.
But again, that
spanking.
characterizes gender affirming care as abuse, and that is just not the case.
So I would advocate for, and that's why I speak out on my platform, to separate the two. And I talk about this in length when I talk about trans issues. Is I'm totally fine with tomboys and tomgirls socially transitioning. I don't care. It's just the fact of, if this child can't consent to have sex, why is this child all of a sudden we're advocating for the consent to change their sex for life? That's what I don't get.
Because you are taking the parent out of that equation. Again, gender affirming care is the alignment of a support system with a medical professional.
Mm-hmm.
I, as a third party, I being Jay, being the government, being anybody else, cannot meaningfully get involved in the care that a doctor is providing for a patient with the consent of his or her or their parents. For instance, you ask, what is gender affirming? I have a niece. She is a girl. Far as I know, she lives her life as a girl. She feels like a girl. Gender affirming care for her is doctor calling her a girl and giving her care as a girl. We all participate in gender affirming care. Like, my doctor calls me a man and gives me care as a man because that is the gender that I identify with, and he affirms that.
Do you think doctors should know what sex you are?
I think doctors should I think doctors are skilled enough to have a conversation about what sex you believe yourself to be.
Can I go in and get a pap smear?
You're talking about anatomy and identity. Those are two different things. You don't have the pipes to get a pap smear
Because I'm not a woman.
because you don't have ovaries and a vagina.
Isn't that a woman?
No. I know many people that have a vagina that are not women.
I'm all fine with those people presenting how they want to present. But at the end of the day, you're still whatever biologically you were born. And I think it's okay to acknowledge that, and that's not hateful in saying that. And
I'm
I
back.
think
I'm just eating my
I think
Doritos.
a lot of this conversation goes back to wanting a common ground. Because without that common ground, it just spirals into chaos. It's why there's so much infighting in the LGBTQ plus community, and it's slowly tremors, but it's rising and rising and rising, of the gays and the trans beefing, the lesbians and the trans beefing, the queers and the gays. Like, there's so much infighting because we are so open, we are so accepting, we are so empathetic, we are so just, yes, you're not hurting me, go do you, you're not hurting me, go do you. But there needs to be a grounding, a ground level, and there's nothing wrong with that. And most people that I've come across on the right are totally fine with adults doing what they want to do. They really are. It's just wanting that grounding back and wanting.
Unless you're a trans adult going to the bathroom, then all of a sudden you hoes have nightmares. That's the crazy part.
Again, make common sense great again, but like just wanting a commonality between us to say, hey, we know what this is. We know what this is. We know what a cross-dresser is. We know what a trans person is. We know what a gay guy is.
Oh,
Like, we just
really?
know.
Oh, really?
And I think a lot of people miss that feeling
Wow.
of just knowing what something is.
Come on, diverse
and
dog.
we're devolving into a society where we all have different definitions. We all have different meanings and different words. And that just screams leading towards chaos to me. And there's nothing wrong for me and even people that identify all these different things and all these different transitions. Again, you do you. It's just a matter of like having words for it and having an agreement on what something means.
But why is it? Because what you're saying, because you keep using the term common.
Yeah.
And that is the only problem I have, because we are not common. You are a black gay man in your 30s.
Mm-hmm.
I am a black gay man. I was in my 30s.
The only common I want is the baseline.
But the gotcha about that is, even between the two of us, we are two black gay men who have two different definitions of gay,
which is crazy to me.
But the irony of that is, I fully acknowledge your definition has worked for you. You the only one married between the two of us. My definition then also works for me. Why can't both of those things be valid?
Because words have meaning.
Words have meanings, especially in English. There are many words in English got a whole bunch of different meanings.
There's lots of different meanings, lots of different contexts. But I think it all changed so fast, like incredibly fast. You look at any graph, gay relations in the United States was rising across the board, even for Republicans. Didn't start going downhill until 2019, 2020 because of the TQ+.
You say it's because of the TQ+. I don't agree with that, but okay.
I mean, it's only...
And then on top of that, again, that graph you're talking about is the Republicans. So it seems like that's a Republican problem. But what you're doing is trying to make the Republican problem our problem. As far as we have to change who we are, or you're just trying to differentiate, well, I'm not them. The question should be, why do you believe that we're all connected anyway? How are they, again, so diverse in their thought that they're able to clock that you're a normal gay, and you're only a normal gay because you stated in your pick me's response defense video that you do have a heteronormative perspective. Cool. Jay is saying, nigga, you can have that, girl. The question is, that's not the only way, but for you, well, that's just what I am. That's the level you own, baby. Stop trying to go to other people's levels. You are getting paid and getting a whole bunch of views to literally be a voice piece for people who want to destroy the other diverse thoughts, which then manifests into diverse representation. Because before anything can become a reality, it starts off as a thought first. That thought manifests with your emotions, therefore manifests the tangible reality. Or as my father would say, what the mind conceives and the heart believes, the hand will achieve. And I can't wait till the day comes to where we can talk more about manifestations. Because I'm trying to understand how Amir's perspectives is manifesting something productive for the queer community overall. And I get it. It's a clearing call. Y'all low-key know what the fuck gonna happen. So you trying to sit up here and disassociate yourself. And the gag is, the reason why we continue to say that despite y'all doing this work to disassociate, excuse me, or to distance yourself, because this is a systemic problem. It's in the fucking infrastructure. Look at what the fuck they did to build this bitch. So what makes you think keeps this bitch alive and holding up? It ain't the truth. It's this other type of shit. And we're doing the cycle again. We went through the 60s and the 70s with these past few years in the 2000s, girl. And guess what? We're about to have our own 80s experience when Ronald Reagan was president and how the black community was disenfranchised. And not just the black community, the queer community, women's community, everything that we built over those decades was dismantled in a matter of a year or two. And Amir wants us to believe that those on the right have diverse thoughts Well, if they had diverse thoughts, again, those manifestations would be diverse representations. They're giving us diverse representations of how much they don't fuck with us, how much they don't like us, how much they don't care for us. And for some of those extremes that we keep talking about that also on your side support you and use your talking points, you're the people who want to unalive. You can't make this up. Shout out to Doritos, girl. And I'm a nigga in real life. I'm eating the flaming hot ones. I know Red 40 is not good, but girl, since we going to hell, I think we might as well just figure out what the fuck hellfire feel like. Because Amir ain't doing shit to save the entire community. Just a select few. It's some Bridgerton Boulay shit.
I think I've seen different. It's a whole new flag.
Donald Trump, COVID. Like, there are a whole bunch of things that are very different.
Holds gay weddings at his house. Like,
Donald Trump.
My friends had a gay wedding at Trump's house.
Hold on.
I'm gonna look up who your friends are. Hold on. Because I guarantee you they some rich motherfuckers. If you got money, don't give a fuck if you gay or not. You still a punk to them, but you just a rich one, a useful one. Now, if Trump was over here officiating gay weddings to the public, okay, cool. No shade. We got you. I ain't doing the real thing because I got this hot Cheeto, this damn Red 40 on my fingers. Cool. If Trump was out here talking about, I love gay people, I love them, they have money, I love it, it's great, wonderful. You know, I make sure that I'm always sitting down. I go in with a wheelchair because I don't want to expose my booty hole to them because I feel like they're going to get it. But I still, wonderful people. He had a wedding at his house, and I'm pretty sure the motherfuckers had money. And what are their viewpoints? Are they Democrats? Did he marry Democrats? Did he marry some of the people on the left that you're trying to convert and educate and low-key demonize? And you might say, well, Bubs, you're doing the same thing. Okay, then, cool. If that's the case, prove it. Because I'm proving that Amir doing his part. I need y'all to do y'all part. Come on.
Like, I will say that it's difficult for me to debate Donald Trump.
We don't have to.
With a Trump supporter.
I don't support everything. He's crazy. I don't support everything that he does. I don't support anything. I don't support everything what anybody, single person
He's crazy.
Does.
Okay.
I bring him up to say that scenario that my friends got married at his house.
Girl, it ain't just the fact that your friends got married at his house, girl. It's the fact that you went to the Youth Black Leadership Summit that Trump endorsed. And now he's crazy. Well, you sat up there and told that white man from the UK, girl, that, oh my God, I met Trump, and people keep talking shit about me meeting Trump, and they were like, they weren't there like me. They didn't know what he said. I was there. He shook my hand. He talked to me. We went to lunch later on that day. Just for that nigga not even know who the fuck you are. You're just a useful Negro because you love the blacks. You're the useful black. And now the man that chose y'all for this Youth Leadership Black Summit, girl, that was approved by Trump by way of Kirk and Blexit. Now he's a crazy man. You don't agree with everything that he does. Okay, then, well, we need to know. What do you agree with and what do you not agree with? We need that because that's information. That's why hoes don't really like asking me shit, because I ask a lot of questions. I was told the dumbest question that you ask is the one that you don't. So I ask questions so that I can understand. I don't give a fuck. Oh, you should know that. Did I ask you the question? Okay, then, bitch, then shut up. I'm talking to the teacher, hoe. Excuse me. How did you get to this point? Because I'm trying to pass. Fuck this bitch. Do you get what I'm saying? That's where I'm at now. But, you know, as Jay said, common sense, the objective common sense, the human common sense, unfortunately, is not so fucking common.
Gay couple. So when we're talking about, oh, well, you think gay relations went down because of Trump.
No. I just said, you said, I don't know what's different between now and 2020. Now in 2020, there has been a pandemic. There has been a 2 Trump presidencies since 2020.
And
so
gay was still rising under Trump. From 2016 to 2020, it was still rising. It didn't start going down when our flag changed, when all these letters got added on, when all was the rise of Dylan Mulvaney's and Lily Tino's. It was this rise of We are trans women, and we're going in the sports no matter what you say. We're going to your bathroom no matter what
So
you say.
where should
and
they
we're
be if
transing your
not?
children.
Where should they be? If I'm a trans person, if I'm a
Mhm.
trans woman, as in this example,
Mhm.
and I am athletic, where should I go?
And you're athletic, where should you go?
If I am a trans woman, if I am a woman
Mhm.
of trans experience
Mhm.
on any level,
Mhm.
and I am a basketball player, where should I be playing basketball to you?
I don't know.
They
Now-
should just disappear?
Maybe with the man. Just put it in a bun. But now with somebody, if we're gonna talk about sports, not
Did this nigga just
a
say,
biological
so
sport.
if
play with a man, put it in the bun? Bro. I love dark sense of humor. I got that too. Baby, let's continue.
So if I'm a 6 foot, 250 pound trans man, you're saying I should be in the WNBA? If
Hold
I'm
on,
a,
hold on.
if
This
I'm
is
a,
so funny, real quick, because I was on a Jubilee episode, liberals
Yes.
versus conservative gays,
yes,
and there's this clip, and it was so funny. We were talking about trans women and trans men. I walked my ass up there. We just sitting there talking, and the director was like, well, "Amir, we're talking about this," and I was like, "Really?" And I got up and left.
So why the fuck should we be listening to you, nigga, when you was on Jubilee and you dropped the ball, nigga? That's why I do my research, girl. That's why I do 2, 3, 4 hour lives, girl. Because it be so much information in this shit, and I unpack and take my time. I know some of y'all used to McDonald's and fast food shit, girl, but it's a home cooked meal, bitch. No shade. This nigga literally just told on himself. But yet you are, and again, we have such diverse thought. Let's continue with the diverse thought.
I get so confused with trans men and trans women.
okay.
So confused. Okay,
Hold on, but you said that over on the right. Oh, we know the difference between gay and trans and drag queen. Did he not say that, y'all? Did he not previously say that in this exact video? But now you're confused. Oh, it took you this long to figure out how confused you were? Well, now that you're confused, are you ready to not be confused? See?
so trans man, female to male.
Yes, but there's so much to unpack with just that sentence. But yes,
Oh my goodness. I did think when it comes to sports, you should just be up on your biology. I think there are some nuances there.
okay,
I
but
think-
hear me out. If I am 6 feet tall, I'm taller than the general woman.
Mm-hmm.
I am a bodybuilder. I am faster. I
Biological
am.
what?
I don't even know how to process that question because I'm like, let's say
Do you think
hypothetically
we have
speaking,
women's sports for a reason?
I think we have women's sports for people who identify as women. Yes,
Is that why it was originally made?
I don't know.
We have women's sports because men are stronger than women generally.
We have women's sports. Sure, I'll give you that.
Like,
But
we're just
now,
genuinely
the gotcha
different.
about the gotcha about your argument about people transitioning is there are I can send you pages and pages and pages and social media handles of bodybuilding ass trans
they'll tear me
men,
up.
and they far outnumber, they far outweigh, outperform their female counterparts.
Yeah, that
which is
exists.
why they are men.
Okay, girl, because Amir feel like he got a got you with homeboy as far as Jay is concerned. Okay, so since there is a problem with trans people being in sports based on their gender identity, since that's going to be an issue and a problem, okay, cool. Let's talk about that. Great. If certain motherfucking corporations or big ones want to hold on to this law, that's perfectly fine, but that don't really stop shit because there is something known as intergender athletics. There are athletic activities that allows intergender participation. For example, one is known as intergender wrestling. Okay, intergender wrestling. Let me read this, y'all. Hold on. Because girl, no shade, I does my research. Oh, well, you're using AI, you're using Google. I have a supercomputer in my hand, bitch. I just know how to ask questions to get the most information. I'm sorry that y'all be on that 1, 2, 3 hickory dock tie my shoe ass shit. I'm not on that. I might be short in height, girl, but my mind is on some 6'6" ass shit. Again, intergender wrestling operates primarily across independent professional wrestling promotions rather than a major mainstream corporate leagues like the WWE, which largely avoids men on women physical conflict, even though there were times where there were some exceptions. For example, have we forgotten about the ninth wonder of the world, China? May she rest in power. How she was the only cisgendered woman, female, to get in a ring with motherfucking men that bench press shit. Oh, well, that's an isolated incident, Bubs. That's an isolated incident. Well, according to Amir Odom, when he was having the debate with Mason, well, isn't just one enough? Isn't just one enough? Again, we taking the page out of y'all book. But anyway, key indie circuits, international groups, and broader combat and athletic bodies feature mixed or open weight divisions. For example, intergender wrestling promoters and groups. We have the Game Changer Wrestling, known as GCW, promotes a chaotic, hard-hitting independent style with unified rosters, pairing where female and male competitors regularly face each other without strict division barriers. We have Pro Wrestling Revolver, frequently books high-profile intergender showcases on the U.S. independent scene. We have Hood Slam, a progressive alternative Bay Area promotion known for inclusive, open-crowned rules and booking run by transgender and diverse talent. Wow. We have the Battle Club Pro and Mission Pro Wrestling, independent organizations that routinely feature competitive mixed gender matches and championships. We then have the DDT Pro Wrestling, a prominent Japanese group famous for regularly integrating intergender matches and allowing female roster members or freelancers to compete directly against men. And baby, one thing about the Asian wrestling, they fight for real. They be breaking holes' jaws, busting nose, bleeding, all type of shit. And you have women like Awesome Kong, like China, that fought against men. Look it up on YouTube. Was up there with the best of them, bleeding everything. We then have other athletic and combat associations. For example, mixed martial arts, UFC, Bellator, etc. Regulated combat sports bodies that strictly sanction separate male and female weight classes and do not permit mixed gender bouts in professional competition. Okay, International Olympic Committee, the IOC, United Worlds Wrestling, UWW, oversees amateur and Olympic styles like freestyle and Greco-Roman wrestling, which maintain separate brackets for men and women. Then the Allied Independent Wrestling Federation, a massive global network connecting dozens of independent professional wrestling territories across multiple countries, varying by local promotion rules regarding mixed matches. So again, there are avenues in which people can explore intergender wrestling. And just because you feel like all these other women can't do this because they've been taught and conditioned to be pimped, no shade, and primed, and oh my God, I just need to be saved. Oh my God, I'm the damsel in distress. I love me a good femme fatale. I love me a good old woman that can defend their motherfucking self. I love a woman that is not willing to be frozen in fear mode and fuck flight mode. They be fight mode. For example, one of my favorite horror movies, I have plenty, is the 1990 remake of George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead. Homegirl that played Barbara, they're coming to get you, Barbara. In the original Night of the Living Dead, homegirl gets swept away. Oh, help, oh, help. In this particular one, she has her moments where she's a damsel in distress. She's in shock. But then something clicks in her, to where Miss Mama took that motherfucking skirt off, bitch, and put that motherfucking pants with that belt on, bitch. Told me, nigga, give me this motherfucking rifle, bitch. I'ma show you hoes what I can motherfucking do. She went from being Gina, what's up, I'm scared, to fucking G.I. Jane in this bitch. Even when the black nigga and the other nigga was sitting there arguing about some shit when the zombies were attacking the house. This is the time to be nailing shit. And in that remake, she was the only one that survived. I love me a good femme fatale. If I have children and I happen to have daughters, you might want to tread lightly with my kids. You think that I'm crazy? Oh, baby. I had to raise these motherfuckers, girl. Talk about crazy. Baby, I ain't gonna have to really worry about my damn daughter shit. Some shit happened to my daughter and shit. You not worried as a parent? No, I'm not really worried. Why? Whoever did some shit to her, they gonna return her ass. They gonna bring her back. My children gonna be like Dennis the Menace, bitch. My children gonna be smart. My children gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna have to learn some extra shit just in case my kids try me, bitch. So I can have a few things up my sleeve, because I think you ain't gonna whoop my ass today. Now, you may whip it someday when I'm older. But in my house, baby, it's gonna be 2 chops to the throat. In the words of YB Throck. You ain't finna be whooping my ass at 14. Hell no, nigga. There's gonna be Mortal Kombat in this bitch. You see how you can just literally educate yourself? Because whatever these niggas are claiming that is not there, there is literally information there if you seek it. And Amir is supposed to bear the burden of proof. You see how I'm bearing the burden of proof in this live, and not just this live, but all of my shit, including my video essay on this nigga? You can call it hate, girl. I call it awareness. I call it accountability. And if it is hate, bitch, it's not a profitable one, because I'm doing this on the moral, on the fact of principle. Let's continue, y'all, because we still got some shit left. And we already about to be here for 3+ hours. So I'm about to get some other motherfuckers. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. In the first 3 minutes, I had to leave because you were so dumb. Okay, then, bitch. Congratulations.
They stronger than both of us. So you're saying if I'm a man transition to a woman, I should be disproportionately benefited by going into women's sports.
I think if you're just a biological woman, you're with biological women.
Okay, so let me rephrase the question. Totally take a different tangent, because the trans piece I'm very curious about. And the reason why I'm curious is because in this podcast, I know that there are a lot more people that think like you than think like me. And I want to respect that.
Yeah.
But let me understand this. If, for instance, we separate the TQIA plus from the L, the G, and the B, what is there to benefit?
I think in that, I think there will be a lot more done for both groups. Because again, to me, it goes back to having that commonality of what something means.
What does that look like?
I strongly think that the LGB is biology, it's sexuality, lesbian, gay, bisexual, penis, vagina, both. Very cut and dry. Very simple. TQIA plus, identity.
What does that look like? But what does that look like? But what does that look like in application?
Promote both things in their own
in this gray area.
You can't. I don't understand this whole argument of like, okay, then saying all lives matter is bad. Well, there's Black Lives Matter, there's Hispanic Lives Matter, there's Asian Lives Matter. Why is it that now we focus on different groups?
Because you adding in white people into an argument that white people should not be in.
We'll get to that later. But when it comes to LGBTQ, IA plus 2A, it just when there gets to a point where it gets so big, nothing means anything anymore. Like, you ask the average person, especially on the right, like average gay people on the right, if they support the LGBTQ plus community, they say no. But it's because of the TQ plus. Like, the average person, the only issues they have with the LGBTQ plus is the TQ plus. Because that's all the trans issues.
What is the power? What is the benefit of that? I support this culture except for these people. That sounds like prejudice to me.
No, they can be separate.
It's like, because people have said that all in our history. I support Black people except these kind of Black people. I support Latino people except these kind of Latino people. I support queer people except these kind of queer people.
I think
if it's Black people and except these kind of Black people, that is racism. I like Black folks, just the kind of Black folks I like.
Okay, so with that argument, there is a common ground, a common definition of what a Black person is. You're saying these kind of Black people versus these kind of Black people. I'm with you there. That's not the same as saying these gay people and these trans people. Being gay and trans is it's not the same. sexuality and identity, they're different. If we're going to talk about I'm okay with gay men but not lesbian women, that's more on par with the argument you just gave. But if we're talking about gays, lesbians, and bis versus non-binary and trans, they're completely different to me.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What sexuality do you think trans people have?
I think you can be trans and have one of the three.
So if I'm a trans gay person, that fits in your paradigm.
A trans gay person?
Like you just said, these three are sexuality,
Yeah.
these others are identity.
Yeah.
But in order to be identity, I have to also have a sexuality.
Yeah.
So if I'm a trans person,
If you were, so for example, if you have a trans man, which is female to male, and they're attracted to men, they're just straight. I don't. That's
okay,
yeah.
and what if they are attracted to women?
And they're bi or they're lesbian, like depending on.
So
whatever
they
you want.
still in the umbrella. At some point, LGB still has to deal with the trans
But
thing.
Everybody on this planet deals with LGB. Whoever adding straight.
Sure.
TQ plus is separate.
But the TQ and the plus have to then fall into something. If you're saying TQ plus is a gender identity, which they are, they also had, because everybody got a gender identity. The only difference between them and LGB is my gender identity and the identity I.
No shade. Jay is right because again, I'm about to lose my thought. Listen again. Hold on 1 second.
Born with and my gender markers at birth are the same. So if I am a man who is gay, this over here is a trans person who is gay.
Oh yes. Again, he's right. The TQI is going to have to intersect with the LGB because they still have a quote unquote, which I would consider a sexual identity. It's just that they also have a change in their gender identity as opposed to being cis. So again, there's still an intersection therein. And your side can't even tell the fucking difference between the LGB and the TQI plus because to them, it is all the same. Hell, and whenever people on the left bring up the difference, like Jay is, they're woke. So which one is it, girl? Are you diverse or you're not? Because if this is what diverse conservatism looks like, it's already an oxymoron within itself. And y'all can even prove another definition, since words evolve, that actually prove what the hell y'all talking about. So since y'all want to use the logic, we can use y'all same logic against y'all.
So at the end of the day, LGB still has a whole lot of T in it. There is no way to exclude these things unless you erase trans people's sexuality.
Yeah, I mean it's very interesting.
Okay,
That's
even if I follow your logic and say
Because I
I'm
know
only dealing with who you were born with.
Yeah,
If I was born as a woman and I am attracted to women, what does that make me?
a lesbian.
And if I call that trans and now I live my life as a man, even in your logic, I'm a lesbian, so I'm still LGB.
Yeah, I guess. I just don't know why they can't
Yeah,
be
I guess.
separated.
Yes, I guess. Yes, I guess. It's yes. To you, there would still be a. Girl. And the scary part is that there are over 800,000 people who believe the same thing he believes. That's the terrifying part.
'Cause there's a lot
Okay,
of
so
people who
trans
think
lesbians need a different thing.
they need something. I think at this rate, it's just gotten so crazy.
But what is
And
the
so
answer?
Y'all can't even handle the other fucking acronyms on the goddamn thing. Y'all don't even educate
'Cause
yourselves
give you
about
an
the
example.
plus.
I have a
The
friend,
plus be right
and
there, but I
have
need
used
more
her as an
information.
example on
Girl,
this show.
what?
Her name is Hope Giselle. Hope lives her life as
Shout out to
she
Hope.
is a woman to me.
Okay.
Now, on your level, she might be something else, but she is a woman.
Okay.
If I follow and she is a political activist, so I hope I'm not being offensive by using her as an example. But if I follow your logic, she was born a man. She lives as a woman now, but in your case, she would be biologically a man, right? Now, I'm not asserting what she is biologically, but using your logic, she is now married to a man. What would you call that?
Doesn't it actually, now that we're having this discussion and we're breaking it down, doesn't that fall into a different sexuality? Isn't there a word for that? Like, what's pansexual?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Hell
If
yeah,
she-
you the diverse
using
thought,
your
nigga. You
logic,
should know
said
this.
biologically, she was born man. We would say assigned male at birth.
Yeah.
And now she is married to a man. That's the same as you, ain't it?
Yeah. I would say that they are, honestly, I probably make up either new sexuality, which I'm pretty sure they have. That's what pansexual includes trans. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. But I would advocate for having a set definition for that, because I do think there is a difference. Not excluding her, not writing them off, none of that. But I think I would still want to refer back to my favorite word, a common ground, and understand that there are some. I will give that there's some nuances in that, but there probably should be some definitions for that. One of my
But hear me out. But before you get off of
definitions
that,
be
I'm
right
saying-
there
I'm
in your
saying, I wanna
face.
know if
Y'all
this
don't
is
even
on
try
par
to
with the example you
understand
just
it.
gave. I know a couple. Biological man identifies as a man.
like you and me,
Biological woman identifies as a man. They call themselves a gay couple. I think that's not a gay couple to me.
To you,
It's something
to you,
else.
to you.
but
That's
see,
fine.
the difference is
That's fine.
You keep trying to push for a
Thank you.
common understanding of these things.
Yeah.
Why does your definition of any of these words have anything to do with their relationship?
Because I think it matters when you're having, for example, young black gay men going through their identity, not figuring out their sexuality. I think people should have a goal, or not a goal, like an end point of like, okay, that's what this means. That's what this means. That was what this means. I think that's healthy. I think it's healthy to have a set like, oh,
You don't even come on your own platform and be like, girl, the term for you hoes is this. Y'all didn't even know that. But because I'm on the side of diverse thought, here go y'all term. This is this term. Like, y'all, you haven't done that. That's what I mean. I pull it up. Jamal, pull it up. Girl, if this is the pull-up game, I hate to see what the pull-out game look like. God damn.
oh, so I have these feelings. Okay, so that means I'm gay. Cool. I think it's okay to have set definitions.
Yes,
You can have that.
And again,
You can have
the
that.
distinction between your perspective,
You can have
as
that.
even if I could say you're representing the right, but your perspective and mine is, I allow for you to define words however you want to. You can call a thing in your life because it is informed by experience. It is informed by your own opinions about things. It could be informed by science or a whole bunch of things.
Are you a cat?
No.
I don't identify as a cat.
No.
Are you a cat?
No.
You're a human.
I know that.
Yes.
That's what
I know that.
So why do some words have a direct meaning and some don't?
Because it's not that some words have a direct meaning. It's that those particular
You don't even understand all the definitions that come with it, because again, when you're looking at the descriptive definitions like Merriam-Webster, and I don't know what the other one is, they're descriptors. Again, they follow society, they follow how language changes and evolves. It doesn't remove the original thing. Or in some cases, it can change the whole situation. For example, the N-word. The N-word was once used as a word to degrade black people. Now black people transmuted that shit and took the ER off and put A at the end, because, girl, the only way that America was great again is when we was doing y'all work for you, girl. And on top of that, a lot of us want you to call us the N-word and see what happens. So in some instances, in some cases, yes, I can understand that. That makes sense. But still, I'm trying to understand in this context with trans, how is that taking away from your life experience? How is somebody else and how they identify their shit affecting you? If you think they're crazy, cool, that's fine. Let them be crazy. Just like the weird people in the drama club and the nerds who I was friends with and a part of their group, girl. Like, let them be them, bitch. If they want to be over there, girl, thinking that they goddamn wolves and shit, let them live their life. You not living with them, you not connected to them, you ain't got to interact with them, girl. And if you come across somebody who is trans, to get the bitch up out your face, all you got to do is just acknowledge her for who she is. And I feel like every human being is owed decency and respect in reference to how they want to be identified, because it's their life. The fuck?
Where is it you're saying don't apply to me?
Don't apply to anybody in this room.
Yeah, Ashton doesn't believe she's a cat either.
Right. But like, I feel like with what you're saying, it can divulge to a society where, well, she says she's a cat, then she's a cat.
What's wrong with that? No, that is a legitimate question. What is wrong with that? This person in this chair, this empty chair, says, I identify as a cat.
Amir, you sitting here looking crazy. How many motherfuckers can't believe that your ass still a homosexual that likes penis? Because to them, sex is only honored between a man and a woman, a male and female. And what you're doing is an abomination. And imagine you sitting in Jay's position trying to explain yourself, and they're looking at you like, again, how is that affecting you? I don't give a damn what they're doing. If they're not harming me or someone else, I don't care. Until they start telling me that I have to be a cat. Until they start projecting their shit onto me to where they're trying to make advances at me that I do not want. Until they overstep my boundaries for my personal life. Then it becomes a problem and an issue. And then you feel some type of way about motherfuckers calling you a pick-me girl, but a motherfucker can't be a cat. Okay, well, if they can't be a cat because of your definition, girl, then you're a pick-me because of our definition, girl. And the crazy part is that, fuck the cat bitch, you're proving our point more so than the cat bitch ever could, girl. Because if you a goddamn cat bitch, which type of cat are you, bitch? Are you McCavity? Are you Mr. Mistopheles, girl? Are you Grisabella, the glamour cat, girl? We know we seen Cats, the musical, girl. Which one are you, girl? Are you blind when you're born? Can you see in the dark? Which one are you? Let us know. We will clap.
Head, I'd be like, okay, I don't fuck with you, so let me just go over here. But more power
No
to
shade.
you.
No shade. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What does it change
What's
your
wrong with that?
actual lived experience that this person, this fictitious
Maybe
person
it's because-
identifies as a cat?
Maybe it's because I want kids. Do you want kids?
Here we go with the kids.
I got a
Here we
niece
go.
and a nephew. No. But what does that have to do with anything?
Because I'm so...
How are your future kids'
I'm
lives?
so removed from myself. I know my time is limited on this planet, and I'm not here for a long time. I could die. I have a tattoo. It's the end of a stopwatch. It's a 000.
Mhm.
Never know when I'm gonna die. I could die
No
right
shade.
now.
No shade. You're
motivates
right.
the hell out of me.
Hello.
I don't want a
I'm with that.
society or to live in a world where we're okay with affirming delusional, affirming insanity.
So now we're getting to the real shit. Because again, when you listen to a bitch, regardless of how long it takes to unpack, girl, you start getting to the real shit. We went around the world about what I think and what I feel and just this and how do you feel and all. Now, and again, he stated that they have diverse thought. More diverse thought than the other people who have different identities, but we have a diversity in thought. Look at what his diversity in thought is producing. Now it's, oh, well, these people got mental issues. These people are delusional. Wait, I thought that when you said, didn't this nigga say earlier in the live that, look, when you an adult, I don't give a fuck. If you an adult, I don't give a fuck. If you an adult, I don't give a fuck. I mean, when you an adult, you 18, you can do whatever you want. Said person does exactly that, and no shade. There are plenty of human beings that have lived out to be cats. I remember this show they used to play on the WB20 girl back in the day called Ripley's Believe It or Not. And they had one episode about a man who literally transfigured himself into a fucking tiger. A human version. Was he scary as fuck? Hell yeah. Did he get judged? Hell yeah. But there were also a group of people who fucked with him and found other people that fucked with him, which means that no matter how you show up in this world, obviously people gonna support you. I mean, Amir, you got 800 and plus thousand subscribers of people who be using your words against us. who support you. So again, how do you own that? And you ain't got to sit there looking confused and shit because ain't nobody asking you to be the tiger or the cat. Until a bitch talks about, girl, we getting a litter box for the house, then you ain't got to worry about nothing. Once they start bringing a litter box in and you ain't got no cats, then that's when it's, okay, babe, what's going on? Then that's a different conversation.
And if someone says, yeah, I'm a cat, instead of, and I get it, it's more of like the empathetic and it's more like respectful. Like, I don't fuck with you, go over here. I don't think that's enough.
But it's not. But it's not empathy. Like I don't feel for someone who identifies as a cat. I have no feeling about that at all.
Why don't you find that to be a problem?
Because their life don't affect me.
It affects all of us. We are in a shared society. We're in a shared world to a certain degree. Their ideas and what they're saying affects us.
Like
the same way back in 2015, the pronouns meant nothing. There was a few people here and there, or whatever. But now let's be clear about that. Business cards.
Let's be clear about that. People have been gender nonconforming since the beginning of time.
Mm-hmm.
That is a historical fact. There have been trans people since the beginning of civilization.
Mm-hmm.
However, I do agree there has been pronouns become nouveau riche because people identify as things. That is a fact.
That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is like there's what you can view as crazy, a person calling himself a cat, now can slowly trickle down culture and society, and boom, now it's just you have to affirm that, you have to accept that. That's all I'm getting to.
But the interesting thing about that is the only distinction between what you're saying and me is, yes, someone identifies as a cat. In my head, I might think they kind of crazy. Let me leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
You have a right to feel that way.
I'm not then going to limit their liberties or their ability to identify as whatever they want because of my own definition. That's the only difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying.
Okay, so on that point, using that cat example, is it right for that person that calls himself a cat to fight for and enact laws where you have to call them a cat?
Yeah.
But you just said you're against that, like you're against pushing on these civil liberties and enacting laws like that. That's what they would be doing. So you're okay with somebody who's saying, I'm a cat, I mandate that if you don't call me a cat, you should go to jail. That's okay to you.
That is what your side of this line does all the time. Jimmy Kimmel's been talking about President Trump. I don't like what he's saying, so let me get him off the air. And he uses the FCC to do that.
But that
Stephen Colbert is a critic of Trump.
It just
I'm going to use my power to get you, this political adversary, off the air.
You know, Biden.
And then on top of that, let's hypothetically say that this happens to where now it's enacted in laws. Motherfuckers still gonna be going to jail because they still gonna call the motherfuckers what they gonna call them. It don't stop shit. Whether a law is put in place or not, if people got ignorance and fear in their heart, they're going to allow that to run fucking rampant. You don't have to respect them if you don't want to, because again, you have free will and choice. But like I said in this bitch, since everything has consequences, your actions do too. So if a motherfucking you disrespect the cat bitch and that cat bitch starts whooping your ass like cat woman, I don't want to hear nothing. Well, you can simply just either affirm them and move them on about all their way. You ain't got to be friends with the bitch. You ain't got to get to know the bitch, girl. That's cool. You say your name. Okay, cool. I'm going to give you basic human decency. I don't want to be a cat. Bitch, I'm not coming to your house, girl. I'm not finna use the bathroom at your house at all. So what are we talking about here? No, it's okay. You ain't got to fuck with people. It's cool. If you don't want to fuck with them, you ain't got to fuck with them. But you don't get to discriminate against them and prevent them from living their life based on what you think. Here it is. Jay is the only one that's showing diversity of thought, and he's not even Republican. But Amir claims that he'd rather listen to 4 white men who think differently because Republicans have diversity in thought. And we've seen that in play for almost 4 hours, girl. On a fucking video that's 2 hours long. And again, you can't make this shit up. That's why when motherfuckers comment underneath my shit, not saying bullshit, They can never ever sit with me, girl, because until they do what I'm doing or better or more efficiently than me, you can't sit me. Just being honest.
It just came out that he did that, right? That Biden and Kamala Harris colluded with Meta. Zuckerberg went on the air and testified that their administration was pushing them to suppress content creators that were talking about COVID and election interference. That's proven. Biden did it before the election.
I don't have. Let me be clear.
And they should
I
be
don't
held accountable
have
for that. I ain't holding
information
them.
to support that. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's fair.
But what I am saying though is the example that you're using, such and such identifies as a cat, and now I'm going to legislate that this has to be true, is exactly what the person you voted for does all the time.
I think there's a strong difference in someone on federal air advocating and promoting the assassination of somebody versus someone mandating by law that you need to call me a cat.
Well,
So maybe those are very different
Let's stay
examples.
back on. Let's stay back on.
Maybe
Let's
those are
stay back
different
here.
examples.
I'm just saying what you're saying is, or what
stay
you're
back here.
explaining is your political ideology is saying that if I don't believe it, then it cannot be possible. And all I'm offering is the world is a lot broader, a lot more dynamic, a lot more nuanced than your political stance allows for it to be.
To a certain degree, I think, for example, sexuality.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm all for I already said I'm all for LGB, but I acknowledge there is some nuance there. I acknowledge that sexuality can be fluid. I acknowledge that some people have different experiences.
Then you acknowledge that
Go back. You said what?
trans people have asexuality.
Yeah.
And sexuality can be fluid, right? Can be fluid. You can like, what you feel, what you got, what gets you going, got your blood boiling, like all these things that you know on the inside, girl. And again, there are all different types of representations because, baby, diverse, as he was talking about in thought, means variety. So there's a variety of all that. But yet earlier you said that if a trans... So in LGB, there's nuance. Even though you just said it's really just clear cut. Penis on penis, penis on booty. In some cases, booty on booty. Coochie on coochie. Titty on titty. Now you're stating that, wait a minute, I can acknowledge that there is some nuance. Okay, is this a learning moment? Is this a learning curve? Because before you said it was just defined. Now all of a sudden you're admitting that there's nuance to something that's already been defined. And then when Jay was giving you the examples of trans people showing up in certain type of ways as far as how they show up in society, in their relationships, you were saying, oh, well, they're straight, or they're bi or gay. But now sexuality can also be fluid. And again, if I'm wrong, if I'm reading into shit, let me know right now. Fuck afterwards. If you still watching right now, shout out to y'all doing y'all big ones. But if I'm wrong, let me know in the comments. I'm so serious. Educate me. I'm not like Amir just asking for that, and then when it happens, I don't receive it. Because again, you have to educate me because I know what education looks like. But if I'm saying something wrong in real time, correct me in real time. And I'll be asking for this.
Acknowledge that trans people are attracted to certain things, but in regards to someone literally calling themselves a cat, and then going to the law and saying, if you don't call me a cat, that's what people have a problem with. If you want to be an adult,
Is there an example of that? Is there an example of that happening?
Canada restricting
We talking about the
speech.
United States of America.
I know, but I don't want us to become Canada. That's why we speak out against it.
Okay, sure.
That's why.
Okay, when motherfucking cats be talking about, do you take your lawfully wedded feline to be yours, to hold, to have, whatever the shit is, until death do you part, all the shit, girl. Meow. Until that happens, girl. Meow, 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 meow. Until the meow, meow. Until they're serving catnip and cat food. Until there are litter box and girl motherfucking water and all type of goddamn feline refreshments and snacks at the place for everybody to eat, until it gets to that point. I don't see what the problem is. Then on top of that, if you happen to go to one that is themed in that way, you also have the opportunity and the freedom within your free will to leave. You always can leave. You always can go. You always can turn the channel. You can always swipe left. You can always turn it off. You can always change the station. You still have autonomy on what the fuck you want to do. And Jay is saying, hey, my side agrees with that, hey, as long as they're not harming me or other people, be what you want to be. But yet on your side, that's wrong. If we continue to do that, it will be lawlessness. But yet we are the conservative people that have the diverse thought, the variety of thought. T for T said, I think Trump said he loves the poorly educated. They say I'd rather be, they said woke is broke. Woke may be broke in certain instances as far as the material world. But bitch, when that material shit no longer has the power to make you feel good because even that has a shelf life hole, the only thing that really is left is your mind and your emotions. That's where the real power is inside of you. Which is why now we're going to see what people's mental and emotional wherewithal and endurance looks like. Because Amir is doing mental gymnastics, even though there is information there that he has never provided on his platform whatsoever. And if he did, it was very inconsistent. We need consistency in this point. The common ground, you have to help establish that common ground. And I don't see it. And again, if I'm wrong, correct me, people.
So that's why I'm vocal about they're crazy.
But what we are dealing with is, because you have said many things in this conversation.
Yeah.
You have said that we do not believe in the transing, because I think that is a derogatory term, but we do not believe in gender affirming care for children.
To a certain degree. I think we need to define gender affirming care, but yeah.
Okay. You have also said that if you are an adult, you have the liberty to identify as whatever you are, but you have added that
as long as you don't mandate it. You can be what you want to be.
As
you're not
long
going to
as
set in a law that requires me to call you whatever you are.
But
That's
you
just
are
crazy.
saying,
I'm
but
for free speech.
but
I
you
don't believe
hear,
in hate speech. I'm for free speech.
Okay. We understand that. No,
but
that's
you are
cool.
saying then that
I would have told him, okay, cool. So free speech. Okay, so you're a pick me. You're a coon. And that's not being derogatory. That's just being honest if we're talking about opinions, right? But Amir says, oh, I don't care what people say about me. I don't care what people say about me. And then proceeds to make a video about him defending pick-me's and the conservative gays. But I don't care what people think about me. But your whole commentary is about your perspective on other people's identity when they don't give a fuck and still living their life. And they're using you as a way, again, as a scapegoat. Like, girl, I wonder what's going to happen when Amir finally realizes, like, bro, I really was played. This is gonna be so fucking gag worthy. This is gonna be a trip when that shit happens. Keyword when. I ain't gotta do a motherfucking, all I'm doing is giving commentary, girl. On it. But I do want to speak to a few things that Amir said thus far, because we almost getting toward the end of the live. No shade. It's a pretty good live. Read it real quick. Again, Amir's core position that we have just heard, and he spent time letting us know about, girl, is that he supports adults doing whatever they want, right? But his only problem is that he opposes medical transition for minors and opposes mandated speech laws. Okay. Let's take a moment and be objective even more here. Let's talk about what's legitimate, excuse me. The concern about medical intervention for minors, no shade, is a conversation that exists within the queer community, not just among conservatives. There are other queer people who do share the same sentiments as Amir. Again, Jay stated there are more people who believe the way that Amir does than he does, and I gotta believe there's probably a live chat who probably were on his side or whatever. Okay, that's true. The social versus medical transitioning distinction, okay, which was of course covered in previous lives, stuff like that, is completely absent from this conversation because, again, Amir brought up social transitioning. He could have really went down that road and was really in his bag in reference to breaking that down to where it quells the fears of the Republican Party because he's, again, doing his work. Again, the Youth Black Leadership Summit is actually doing his part. And not only that, I also get to honor trans people's experiences. That therefore doesn't make me transphobic because I also understand that, again, since we're in a common ground area, where both sides can be satisfied. We're not going to be able to satisfy everybody, unfortunately, but damn, we can at least do 99 and a half. Can we get the best that we got, girl? But of course, that was absent from this conversation. And of course, neither Amir nor Jay makes this distinction because, again, if it would have been me, I would press the gas on that. No, let's talk more about social transitioning because I feel like that's a gray area. You say you want common ground, let's talk about common ground. Boom. They didn't make the distinction, which means that the entire trans section of the conversation is debating a false binary. Now, Amir's words must have common definitions argument, okay? It has internal consistency, right? But it applies selectively. He demands fixed definitions for gender while arguing that racism and advancement could mean whatever he decides they mean, to Jay's point. Again, it's still like you wanted to concede to your perspective, even though you're claiming to be the one that's more diverse in variety and thought. If that was the case, the queer community and the Black community would objectively agree with you. We would actually prefer that if you were objective, but we see it's performative, right? The cat analogy that Amir uses, right? Basically saying if we accept trans identity, why not someone who identifies as a cat? Is the slippery slope fallacy that has been used against every civil rights expansion in history. Well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Well, what happens? And I think what Amir's oblivious, dense ass does not understand is that same slippery slope, Lord, it was used against gay marriage, nigga. Again, if we allow gay marriage, then what's next? People marrying animals? So again, it's the same playbook. Just they've been dealing with diversity, equity, inclusion as far as including trans people to be demonized along with these people. See, they're expansive in their thought and diverse in their thought when it comes down to torture and remedy. I mean, not remedy, but torturing these people while offering other people fake ass remedies, snake oil salesmen's type shit. And you're actively helping them because we're not learning anything productive in this conversation at all. And you're sitting with somebody on the other side. When you're talking about, well, we can get to the common areas, girl. The common areas that, what I believe is right, even though your shit is elementary. If you want to stay in the first grade, that's cool, pimping. You can stay in the first grade. Unlike grade school, girl, you can stay in the first grade as long as you like. That's probably why on your side there's so many PDF files over there, because they 25 in first grade, mentally and sexually. I gotta believe that Amir is smart enough to know better. But the fact that he deploys this shit anyway was definitely worth naming, and BubzDaGawd gonna name all that shit. Now, Jay's pushback on the trans section, no shade, it's the strongest part of the performance. Like, I really felt like Jay did his big one here. Particularly his point that legislation of other people's identities is the actual overreach. That's the actual situation. What's going on, Aries? What's going on? What's going on? Baby father. I ain't get you pregnant, at least not yet. Stop. Let's continue further, y'all, because we almost done.
As long as your definition of these words aligns with mine, we're okay. The second that there is a dissonance between these two things, I'm erring on the side of these very traditional old school ways of defining things.
It depends on what it is. I'm down to talk about it. We're
Let's
always
say
down to talk about
trans.
it.
As you have said, in Marsha P. Johnson's time 30, 40 years ago, trans was not a hot button issue, and it was not top of consciousness in LGBTQ culture.
Right.
And definitely not in broader society. But now, trans people are a lot more bold, a lot more
better.
visible.
Yeah.
And for
Get your
that
rest.
reason, yes, there has to be a conversation about how do we fold these people into the tapestry of our culture. And you're saying they deserve a different culture altogether.
They can be folded in. Like I said, I already said, I have trans friends. They can be folded in. I'm just not for mandating. That's all I'm not for. I'm not for mandate. I'm not for anybody, minors transitioning, and I'm not for any of any age mandating speech laws. If you don't, like, for example, somebody can call me the hard R, that's fine. I don't care. But I'm not going to say we should make the hard R illegal. No, I'm not going to go down that route, because who decides what is legal and what's not?
No, you ain't gotta legislate the ER. Them motherfuckers know not to say it and know what's gonna happen when they do say it. So at this point, fuck a law. You ain't gotta legislate that shit to say the ER, because again, even if laws are created, there are plenty of people who don't follow them and break them every goddamn day. Look at who's running this current regime. Breaking all type of fucking laws. Girl, what the... Okay, Amir. All right. This is very interesting, girl. I'm learning so much. I may not be learning anything productive as far as his standpoint, but the information that this is giving me, oh, I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot.
And when it comes to these trans people, no, you need to call me a she, it's ma'am, all that kind of stuff. You can be mad at that. You can be offended at that. That's sure. And I respect my trans friends. They go by she, I call them she.
Okay.
I have no problem with that. I'm not gonna say you're a man. No. That's
okay, cool. That's great. That's great. We love that. That's what we want more of. Your side needs to learn that. As far as respect is concerned. Because you don't get to disrespect somebody and then you don't get to hit somebody and then tell them how hard they can hit your ass back. You don't get to do that. Some people gonna just straight fire on your ass. That was, see how easy and simple that was? Oh, I have trans friends. I'm gonna call her a she. No. You can't do that. Because that goes against your own argument. You don't get to dibble dabble. No, call your trans friend what they are. You just made a whole argument about call me ma'am and ma'am, but you calling your friend ma'am. Be like, no, bitch, you my friend, but that don't mean you exempt, ho. No. I'm me on the camera, and I'm me in real life, which means that no, I'm not finna do. So you're sitting here saying that we're affirming delusion, but you're affirming your friend's delusion. Why is your friend exempt? And what makes you feel like your friend should be the only one exempt? Why? Because they're your motherfucking friend? Or do you think that same respect that is owed, that you owe to your friend, is owed to your friend with other motherfuckers too? So you telling me that if you took your friend, that would be a dope ass motherfucking live or video. Take your trans friend to I gotta believe that these people are conservative. Are they conservative? If your trans friend is conservative, then I would love for you to document, not behind a paywall, for free, do some community work, and show us what it looks like. Show us showing your trans friend at a conservative rally and say, oh, this is my friend so-and-so, and use their proper pronouns. And say, yeah, this is my friend, they're trans, so shout out to trans for the conservative movement, but this is whatever their pronouns are. If other people start calling them the wrong pronouns, are you going to check them and say, hold on, bro, their pronouns are whoop-de-woo? Or, I don't think that's right, hold on, you already messing up. Their pronouns are so-and-so. Are you going to do that? Because it's very interesting for you to sit up here and make a living, no shade, arguing against trans people's existence, but you have trans friends that somehow have, in your mind, qualified immunity from your commentary? Oh. Shout out to Deshaun. Well, the damage is already done. And also how Amir Odom does the scare tactics. So the viewer can see it from the weaponized... See it is to weaponize the victims that see their view and to victimize them. I'm reading how it's written, girl. I mean, he's singling out the trans community. Like I said, a walking, talking contradiction. And no shade, Amir was in a perfect place for him to actually learn. But of course, his people was there, and he can't let them down. they're the ones that play a part in him living the life that he lives. When it was time for him to find that gray area that could have happened, excuse me, and I share the same sentiment with CTV. Yes, no shade. If you're having a conversation with a motherfucker, you need to vet them to see if they're objective enough to have it. Because if it's not going to be a conversation and just going to be a debate, I want you to understand and hope that you understand that that's what I'm going to treat it as. Which means that, baby, I'm going to see it in a debate style and debate form, and as an individual who got an A+ in his debate and public speaking classes. And again, I have a whole book upstairs that I need to read because I used to read a chapter every day. I need to get back in my discipline of that. I'm going to read that book because there's going to be a lot of debating, and I'm about to hoe a lot of niggas' lives in the debate part. Fuck, it's time to prove in this bitch. Fuck, oh, I talk and I think and I believe. Your anecdotal experience is cool, but you need to back up patterns to show that, baby. Because in a debate, the purpose of the debate is to provide as much evidence as possible to persuade the audience to your side. And I want y'all to let me know in the comment section thus far, who do you think, since this is not a conversation but a debate, just being politically correct instead of being niggas? Because Jamal pulled up. I'm surprised. So Jamal speaks properly too? I thought Jamal was the hood trade ass nigga girl that speak Ebonics and shit. You heard me? Feel me, pimping? I thought it was on some Boosie shit. Let's talk like Boosie and them. Jamal. But of course that didn't happen. Even though Jamal pulled up. Baby. Yeah. No shade. I'm pretty sure the amount of money that Amir be getting paid, girl. Hell, no shade. A part of me may have to think about it. Well, you know, a lot of these niggas, I be doing all these damn lives and shit. And these motherfuckers don't really be learning like that, girl. But when I be talking about ignorant shit or talking about some shady shit or whatever, or talking about some nasty, freaky shit, girl, oh, that's when these hoes come in the door, girl. They don't even be in the door to be able to have conversation about the real shit. They want the fake shit, bitch. So at this motherfucking point, girl, if I'm gonna sit up here and motherfucking say some shit, I might as well get paid too, bitch. So what you looking like? I may think about it for a minute. Of course, my better judgment gonna get me as far as, no, you're doing it for the community, girl. But I'm not lying to say that my ass probably gonna think about it for a minute, girl, because it's gonna be like, y'all did. I remember when y'all did. Girl. Let's continue. We almost done.
Crazy.
Y'all.
If we go into a restaurant and my friend Gwen goes and sits down first, and I go up to the host,
Come on,
I'm like,
Gwen.
hey, I'm like, where did she go? She looked like this. I'd be stupid if I said, oh, where did that man go?
Why
But
not?
I would say, like,
Why not?
if she identifies that I can respect that.
What?
Okay. I'm not gonna.
Then where's the content on your live to where you honor that? Why don't you ever have any of your friends on the live, girl, or the platform? Like I said, you can make them anonymous, but have a conversation with them about their experience and how you still honor them. What is it like when Amir goes out with their trans friend and they honor their stuff? Can you also make that a vlog to make that educational for your side, to be like, hey, y'all, since these people don't know what defining a trans is, I'm here with my friend who's trans, and we're going to learn together on what that definition looks like. You start doing shit like that, I might shut the fuck up and give commentary later on talking about, y'all, Amir was right. This is what I wanted. Thank you, Amir. I will sit up here and give you praise, nigga, because I'm objective like that. You could do that. That would be easy for you. That would shut me up. Jay inclusive, Dyquil, Dante, any of the other people calling you pick me's and shit, girl. You're going to be removing yourself from the pick me thing to where we going to have to come to you, bitch, like we that fat ass nigga from motherfucking Purple Rain, bitch, when Prince was, I'm about to say Michael Jackson, when Prince was playing the guitar and all that nigga could do was just sit there and just bow his head up and down, girl, and try not to cry because this solo is so great. And I'm low-key turned on right now from this little light leprechaun, munchkin, seductive looking ass bitch on the stage with the guitar. But this right here, baby, is not
Say
it.
that they can mandate that. That's what I don't want.
You don't want mandating what?
I don't want mandating speech laws.
Okay.
And why is that a fear?
Because it's a thing that happens already. We have free speech in America.
Right.
And there's other countries that do not have free speech. There's other countries where you can be
but
jailed.
also you got free. If you, for instance, white dude calls me the N-word with a hard ER.
Yeah.
He can do that. He got free speech.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
And I can respond.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what are you saying?
Yeah, what's
I'm
the
saying I
issue?
wanted to keep it that way, and there's people advocating.
Okay then, girl. So how's it change it, bitch? He's saying, girl, and I agree too, girl. You can say what the fuck you want to say. I'm not going to censor your speech, bitch. I have a dark sense of humor. Personally, I've listened to all type of commentary, all type of movies and shows when motherfuckers be saying shit, all type of shit. What's up, my nigga? What you say? I be laughing because sometimes in the context of comedy that we know it's comedy, black people can internally tell when a nigga being racist and when they being funny. All the shit we've been through as far as racism, girl, we know. It's not that difficult. There are plenty of white people that we love. Girl, one of the white women that I loved, even though she changed her mind because of the political climate, which I can understand, was Lisa Lampanelli. It was this Italian fat white bitch who was up here talking about everybody. The N-word, talking about Latino people, Muslim people, Asian people. Funny as hell. And it'd be nothing but all those demographics there watching such a gay people. Make all the gay stereotypes, but it's funny to where it's like, bitch, if she make fun of us, girl, we gonna laugh. We ain't about to fight this, bitch. Because everybody's in on the joke. But the people that you making fun of got to be able to tap into that. And you using C. Kirk as a motherfucking example of a comedian, girl. Where is the Sandman, girl? When you go to the Apollo, bitch, if you not slamming, girl, there is a phrase that is said to summon the Sandman to get your ass off the stage. It's called womp womp. That nigga was womp womp. Womp womp, girl. Catch the tea. And this entire time, Amir has been giving me the womp womp in reference to his talking points. And I'm listening not just to respond, but also to comprehend because I'm also asking questions.
Do not keep it that way. That's all I'm saying.
But why is that even a concern of yours?
Because it's a thing that is happening and growing across the globe.
Okay.
happening
So
to
what does it
everybody?
lose? What does it lose if someone has gone through all of the work to get their gender markers changed legally? They are a whatever they
I don't think that
identify.
should be legal.
Why?
I think to a certain point, biology does matter. Now, I think
Okay,
there's some
so-
nuances in it. I think it's crazy. It was so funny. We went to the club, and my transfer, she was like, here we go. I got to give him my ID. It says man on it. And we were laughing at it. But like, I think there is some nuances to that.
So at what point
but-
at what point can a person just be a person?
I don't know.
You're saying that
I
don't
genuinely
know.
at what
that
point a
changing
person
my
be a
government
person.
documentation
Hold on, Nick. Continue.
Mhm.
doesn't do it. Changing my social expression doesn't do it. Changing what my friends call me doesn't do it. So at what point does a person of trans experience just get the opportunity to be who they are?
I don't know. And that's why it's a much larger conversation than what we have.
But I think the bigger issue is that you, not trans person, are the person making a lot of the decisions in our culture. We ain't never had a trans people in Congress is still oh my God, I can't believe that happened.
Boom. That's it for part one. We're going to come back with part two sometime later on, possibly this weekend or next week. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later on tonight. I don't know. It depends on how I feel, what I think. But no shade. We went through all of that again. This is an individual who started off claiming that he was representing the side that has diversity in thought. Diversity in thought. Variety in thought. And we saw this entire time how his mindset was so limited. It was not even diverse. If it was a what he considers their version of DEI, a little sprinkle here and there, but it wasn't the full flavor or the capacity of it as far as that diverse thought for him. And it's so crazy how at the 1 hour mark on that video, it stops right there where Jay asks the question, when does this person literally just become a human being and just be? And instead of giving us that diverse thought that would have answered the question or would have set it up in such a way to where it's like, I can see that. Somebody else goes home, expounds on it, then something sparks from that, and they come back and be like, I remember our conversation, and I wanted to bring this to your attention, and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. And then those conversations that you said that are large that we need to have, we'll be having. But I'm sorry, Amir Odom, you are not qualified at all to speak on these issues. Now, if we're talking about as far as legitimacy, as far as degrees and all this other type of shit, both of us are not qualified to talk about it. But as far as the court of public opinion, as part of the community, as part of the human experience, and the fact that we have all this information available to us that people pay to learn, you have the opportunity to learn it and learn it for free or at a reduced rate. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm going to take advantage of the information and knowledge while we have it. And since Amir Odom is not arguing scholars or theologians, and he just represents the everyday, regular, schmegular, normal gay people or gay person, then you need to do more research on what that looks like in reference to your argument being plausible. Because Jay sat here, and for the most part, as far as your perspectives, again, that diverse thought did not prove diverse at all. It proved to be conservative, rigid, linear, boxed in, shaped like a coffin. And if you want to stay in the cozy coffin, then by all means, you have a right as a human being to choose that. That is cool. But you don't get to tell other people what they can and cannot do. Because whether your ass mandates it or not, people are still going to live their life. And since Trump is president and this is a motherfucking regime, there are laws slowly but surely, not just being drafted, but being put into play in different areas of the fucking United States. There are data centers being established all across the United States. There are flock cams being installed everywhere around the United States. There are people that don't have any fucking water, don't have any fucking electricity like those in Gary, Indiana, where I am. I'm glad to have motherfucking electricity because I live in Indiana, which is a little bit too close to comfort for me. The orange one said that he don't give a fuck about the gas because regardless of what, how expensive the gas get, you bitches gonna work y'all asses off to get it. Instead of coming together and shutting the whole system down by being we the people. Which is why I can understand CTV's sentiments when he gave his commentary in reference to Jasmine's Garden, because we know how this goes. We know where the script is going. We know where the carousel is taking us. We know what is about to happen. And they want us to play into their script as well. Which is why people like Amir and Candace and Brandon are valuable to them. They have given these individuals and people that think like them that they are special. Talking about Charlie Kirk cared about the black community, but yet he had chosen a handful of Negroes that he knew would have done his dirty deeds. Just for him, him and MLK to meet the same fate of a motherfucker on a grassy knoll somewhere and a singular bullet. These people are literally observing our experiences and then cosplaying as us to make us the enemy, to make us the bad ones, the lawless ones. When we were to actually do our research and understand how the fuck we got here, baby, it's a lot of crimson fluid on a lot of motherfuckers' hands. On a lot of them.
So I was not impressed. And again, for the motherfuckers that come under my comments talking about I don't know what I'm talking about, bitch, until you hoes can do what I do and do it better and prove me wrong, bitch, in such a way to where I have no choice but to submit. Because again, I'm all about objective information. Until y'all do that, y'all just as dumb and y'all are just as dumb and dense as the champion that y'all are supporting. And yes, I stutter. And yes, I'm not perfect. There's plenty of things about me that people can critique and make fun of and judge me for. That's perfectly fine, girl, but I know that my mind and my heart is right. A lot of you hoes got the other things that y'all critique me about all together and still miserable. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to come through with the commentary. Thank y'all so much for coming through. I really do appreciate it. Maybe if you can, please make sure you hit that like button. It helps the channel to grow in the algorithms. We are at, I think, 1,304 subscribers on the road to wherever the fuck comes next, okay? If you like the vibe here on BubzDaGawd and want to contribute to that subscription growth, you can definitely hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell so that you can stay up to date with all of my content, okay? If there's anything I've said in my live, girl, that your ass don't agree with, if you want to read me down, if you want to sit up there and just call me all type of names, or if you have some constructive criticism, which is what I would prefer, again, educate. Don't just criticize, educate, girl. Lead a hoe to water. Teach a hoe how to get to the water, bitch. Okay, no shade. If you want to do all that, that's fine. You can use any of my content, not just this live, but any of my content. The only thing that's required, if we talk about boundaries and rules, is that you tag me or at me, BubzDaGawd, so I know that it's real. And if you feel compelled, you can definitely hit that Cash App at the bottom of the screen, $ BubzDaGawd, or PayPal, paypal.me/BubzDaGawd, baby. Did the damn thing for you, baby. Go ahead and send a leprechaun something, bitch. Okay? Amir ass be getting paid to be racist, girl. I can't get a little bit of coin, girl, for fighting for the people, bitch. I can't get a little something, little trangle-lang, bitch, when I'm the one sitting here subjecting myself to hours upon hours upon hours of content just for me to be up here for fucking 3, 4, 5 hours, taking out time from my life that I could be using to better my damn self. I could be on my Amir Odom shit, bitch, sitting here worried about me and trying to get my shit together, girl. And here I am trying to find a balance to be able to make sure that I can love you guys, girl. You can hit the Cash App, $ BubzDaGawd. PayPal.me/BubzDaGawd. But if you can't, you can at least, the next best thing is share. Share my shit. Tag Amir Odom in my shit. Deshaun, tag him in every motherfucking video I got of this nigga. Tag him multiple times, girl. Put him in other groups and tag him, girl. Tag this nigga so that we can get this nigga's attention in reference to a conversation, because Amir said that he wants to learn. Okay, then. Shout out to Jay at Dear Black Gay Man Podcast. Shout out to Daquel Dante. Shout out to these other people. And I'm glad that you connect with them, girl. But you haven't connect with BubzDaGawd. And we think differently over here. No shade to them. Because, baby, what they doing obviously working for them, bitch. I'm the one that just basically got over 1,000 subscribers. These motherfuckers been on some big shit. But as far as the way that I think, baby, I have a good teacher, girl. So I have a good foundation, girl. But I'm finding my buzz flow. And I would love to have that conversation. Like I said, Amir, or hell, somebody that you friends with or cool with that can speak on your behalf, I welcome them too, girl. We can roll some shit up. We can hit some shit and we can talk. If you want to be a private conversation first, I'm cool with that. I would actually prefer that. That way we can work out things behind the scenes and kind of fill each other out in reference on how this conversation might go. But I don't hate you. I don't wish you any ill will. It's just like how it's sad that you look at these other people. It's sad that you're being used as a tool. But I feel like eventually Amir will see the light. And even though so many others are probably going to cast your ass away, BubzDaGawd is not going to do that. I'm going to hit you with the I told you so and kind of, let you have it a little bit. But I'm not going to throw you into exile. Because I do believe that you are in survival mode. But I think it would benefit you to be able to do greater work in reference to bridging the gap or creating the opportunities like you mentioned, which is the gray areas that you so desperately want. And here I am nominating myself a tribute for these conversations, because if you're going to talk to me, it ain't going to be just one conversation, pimping. It's going to have to be multiple conversations, because I'm a person that has that wherewithal. Or if you don't have it, maybe in interacting with you, you can point me to somebody else who does. But hey,
Anyway, thank y'all so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Shout out to Deshaun. Shout out to Queen Stevie. Shout out to T for T. Shout out to Dee Dee. Shout out to Aries. Shout out to Queen Spicy. Shout out to the Replay Gang. Shout out to the Bush Babies. And again, if you disagree, let me know in the comments. Just make sure you know what the fuck you talking about. Anyway, we are out. Enjoy the rest of y'all evening, baby. Peace. Let me take this shit off the screen. Take this shit off the screen, baby. Up here.
I can be anything I choose in this round. We are a sound vibration too deep to tell. Just so you know, I'm the best in the motherfucking world.
Formed against me shall prosper. Oh, it won't work.
No weapon.
Formed against me. Give me that ad lib again.
No weapon.
One more time.
No weapon.
One more time.
No weapon.
Bitch. Who the fuck y'all hoes
Okay, the facts are back, bitch.
Who the fuck y'all hoes think it was, bitch, or what time of day it was? Okay.
You gotta understand that this is a community-based project. We're not getting any funding from the government. I seen bitches out there talking about, wait till Trump hears about this. Trump can suck my dick.